Hello, 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 Rocket, and everybody else here who is here tonight. We're going to be doing some more tinkering around with my RPG Maker project that I've been working on in the spare time. It has the pending title of Lil Legend right now, which is short for Lilliputian Legend, which means tiny, because everything is tiny. The houses are tiny, the trees are tiny, the people are tiny, the events are tiny, everything is tiny. I hope you guys are all well today. It is warm and I am sleepy. Hello, Leo. How are you, my friend? How are things in the art world? Oh, that looks like a cat. Hey, fat cat. Actually, you're streaming? Oh, nice. Well, best of luck with your stream and your art. Got some awesome Chrono Trigger music playing right now. Not that nice. Well, what? Well, why? Why aren't you using a microphone then? You gotta get that social activity. And, oh, it doesn't work. Okay, yeah, we need to get you a new microphone then. And I need to get a new drink. I'll be right back. Oh, it just broke this morning? Oh, that's the worst. Have some water, stay hydrated. That's the absolute. I remember when I was going to stream some Oracle of Seasons, and as I was starting the stream, I pulled on this, and the whole fucking microphone crashed, and it sucked. I was so upset, and I had to get like a brand new arm, which cost me like $100 to hold the damn thing up. It was awful. And then there was another stream. I don't remember what I was playing. Maybe it was like Bug Fables or something, where I sat in my other computer chair and it broke. Like I leaned back and the fucking back snapped off of it. I was like, oh my god. So like mid-stream we had technical difficulties because the chair decided to shit the bed. That was when I went back to using my old one, which is now Rainy's work chair because, well, I've got this one now. I bought one more mic and it arrived Saturday. I don't know. The microphone breaking cost me money, whereas like I was already getting a new chair anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And I had a backup chair waiting, so I would say the chair thing was easier to deal with than the microphone stand was, because the microphone stand actually stopped the stream. I was able just to grab another chair and keep streaming that when the chair broke, so that wasn't that big of a deal. Anywho, we've been making some significant progress on this. The Hothar continent, which you can't see because it's actually a different map system, is basically finished. The only thing that's left is I might be adding areas that are specific to side quests. We might do some work on a side quest in this stream. If not, I'll just show up what I've added and what I've done. I've changed a few things. I've touched up some dialogue. I've added a bit more treasures, things like that. I've refined a few systems, and I've added some more areas that we didn't get to show off last time. We've got some more stuff in the Landquest continent, like the camp, the Highlands, the Seaside Shack, and the main city, Ketterberg, which I'm excited to show you guys because it is the biggest city in the game. It's not huge, but it's big for as far as this game is going to be concerned, because I've made it a point of the story that there's not a lot of big cities for a reason, which means I only really needed to make one. Alright. Look here, make sure everything is set up and everything like that. I'm slowly adding more common events too for extra stuff, like the mystery bag system has been fully retooled, which I like a lot better now because it adds trade items as well as all the healing items that it could add. It's now just slimmed down to the best. So you can either get revives, which are good because they're a little bit pricey. You can get elixirs, MP elixirs, medicinal kits, which are again, they're tense, they're expensive too. Miracle drugs, which is a fucking remedy item, which is so hard to get. the running shoes, which are the haste item, the pumpkin bomb, which is a guaranteed 100 damage, which is great early game and great against enemies that have a lot of defense. And then after that, it starts going into the rarer healing items, which are, you can't buy these, you can only craft them, so that's good. After you get past those, it just goes into the trade items. So, everything that you can get from the mystery bag now is good. It's not like I'm going to open it up and get like an antidote now. I've retooled that. Those are gone. I've got the shop roulette working in a different ways. I've got some parallels running to make the bigger city feel a little bit more alive. The journal updates are good. We've got everyone coded up until the 5th character now. However, the 5th character does not have any events to join yet because I can't do too much for that event just yet. Leo, you're actually working on, well, at some point you will be making the art for that event. So I'm going to plan around that effectively. Hey, Brot! How's it going today? That is a very cursed Brotgar image you have there. I'm still working on getting skills for every character. The main character's got most of her skills coded. I just haven't decided how they're going to apply. I have very few skills for Elanya so far. I have 2, and then, like, her ultimate skill, which does a lot of damage, plus a chance of instant death. And the animation port's not actually too bad, because of the way I got it set up. And I still have not coded her hunting minigame yet, because I'm still holding on to hope that I can get it to work like Breath of Fire 2, but I haven't had any luck with it yet. So, we're working on that. I have the skills for the 3rd character planned out. I have not animated most of them yet, so we can't do too much with those, but it's okay. The 2 skills she has in the demo so far do work, so that's what matters. And the 4th character, who is the thief, I already have like most of his skills. Like, I could probably just run him with this setup here. I just have to code a couple of these. But stealing works. His stagger attack works, his blind attack works, hazard pay works, which means he can take, he can give himself a status, so if he takes damage, he also gets money for it. He doesn't have that yet, it'll be something he picks up later, and then some spells. 5th character has a couple skills, 6th character has some skills, well, I guess that's the 7th character, the 6th character's up above. Yeah, so we're working on that. Items are largely done, except for just whatever key items I happen to need throughout the game, which is good. And, oh, I was so happy to find this. Someone made a plugin to freaking sort inventories, so I don't have to continuously tear down this entire list and rebuild it from scratch every single time I want to do something or add a new item. Because OCD would dictate that I have to do that, but as long as it matches in the systems, that's what matters. I want my healing items first, then I want my status, then I want my battle items, etc., etc. But if I put a couple of healing items down here, they appeared too far down the list. I didn't like it. Someone made a plugin. Godsend. Weapons are pretty good for now. I do obviously still have to make out most of their weapons, but I do have Alanya's and Reina's weapons already made, which is good. I might make 1 or 2 more since I do have that sorting system, but we'll see. Armors are the same way, and I didn't realize this last time, but I actually do have the accessories basically all finished. I might have 1 or 2 more to add. But I thought I still hadn't retooled these. I did, which is good. Animations we're still working on. But I'm probably going to use a lot of the default ones for some of this stuff just because it's... Animations are so difficult to make. They take forever. The music's coming along pretty good. We found... Wingless Seraph has done amazing work as always, so we're doing that. And once he's done working on the art for the 5th character's introduction, I will probably try to start looking at ideas with Leo for a title screen, because we don't have one of those yet. We're literally just using a generic night screen that came with the system, and the title overlaid on that. I'm going to redo the entire title screen once I have an idea of what I want it to look like. I kind of have one now, but I'm not fully set on it yet. And yeah, as you can see, there's a shit ton of maps now. Like, the 2nd continent already has like 4 areas that are basically done. I think there's like 1 more building I need to add in the main city. And then the next dungeon after that's going to be a forest. And that forest is going to be big because... I can actually show you guys this. Where is it? Map travel. Where's my map? There it is. So this is the continent there. Look at all that forest. And there's going to be a lake partway through, too. So, like, you're going to be hitting the forest from... Like, the camp is over here. And then the next stop is the forest here. You can also bypass most of it to go to the docks or the main city, which will be over here. But the forest is going to be a very large area. It's probably going to be one of the biggest dungeons in the game. Lots of side areas, lots of non-important areas that are just for exploration. Then there'll be a lake, a little bit more forest, and then the castle, which I've started working on, which is over here. I've got some ideas for some kind of a battle in this courtyard area here. I really want to do something with that. I haven't quite decided what it's going to be yet, but we'll get there. I've got an idea. After that, I'm not quite sure what the end of this continent's going to be. We'll figure that out, and then I've got to do this one. And an island over here, maybe something optional over here, some stuff over here, and then the northern continent, which is here. I've already got a snow village built, but nothing else yet. This island here. So, yes and no. The good thing is I have already built 2 gigantic forest dungeons in past games. So, and those games never saw the light of day. Like, they only ever got demos. So for me, it's just a matter of taking ideas that I've already used on other things that I never finished and kind of implementing them here. So that's easy. And I know this island here is going to be where there's a small town that is just for minigames. Like your gold saucer area, that's going to be here. This area will, like, there's minigames scattered up throughout the world. There's 2 of them so far, I think I put in the game. There's going to be about 8 of them on this island. And including the ones that are out here, they'll be over here too. So this will be like your, I want to go here and have fun and dick around and kill time island. That's what that's going to be for. Hey, dear.
Is this your game?
Yep, I'm just going over some stuff with you.
Nice.
Hi, Michelle. And then after I'm all done that, I got to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do with this landmass over here, which I haven't figured out just yet. But this one's basically finished. I just added a little bit more to an optional area today, and then of course the castle in the corner. And yeah, that's where we're at as far as the map goes. Like, we're just kind of building areas as the necessity arises. I haven't fully... The cats are having a disagreement. That's fair. Yeah, I haven't fully figured out where everything is going to go yet. I'm just kind of working it as I go. So, I know Michelle didn't get just to see the demo last time, so we're going to start that now. So right now, we've shortened the name down from Liliputian Legend to Lil Legend, because... like, both Leo and Michelle have kind of pointed out that word is a little bit harder, and also not everybody knows what the hell it means. But I can have the full title and then just call it this to be cute. We'll see. Again, title's still getting mixed around right now. I do have the credit system all working, it's missing its screenshots right now. I moved the credit system over from my Emberheart project. Like, obviously these little boxes here are going to have screenshots. Honestly, it just comes down to what are the best points in the game to showcase in screenshots. Look, there's Leo. There he is, he's under graphics. There he goes. Yeah, those will all be there right from the get-go as well. Since we're going to be doing new saves, and I have a few new systems that are done. Time to scrap all those, because I changed one over. Alright, so, as always, let's do the opening cutscene. Well, go on then, lassie. What happens next? Dad, no! Stop, wait for me! Oh, poor Michelle. Someone get that girl a subscription. Okay, well, I guess I could talk about this while Michelle's suffering through Adpocalypse. During my last game, Emberheart, what I was working on, I originally had every single cutscene set to play automatically. Like, you could influence how fast the text would go by, but otherwise the ad would play automatically. And while watching, I believe it was Driftwood Gaming play through it, him as well as a few other people had already done like playthroughs and showed videos of it that basically said like it's very hard for certain players who either read slower or doing narration or streaming or making videos in the game to just continuously stay on top of dialogue that's automatically moving. So with Drifty fucking shredded by game, I got pretty lucky with Drifty, but on some other people were really like less kind about it. So what I did with this one going in was I planned to not have any auto skip cutscenes, and I planned my cutscenes around that. So while there's a couple of times here and there where certain events might not completely time themselves properly because the cutscenes aren't automatic and I can't plan around how fast someone will click enter, I think I did a pretty good job this time. With Emberheart, when I just took the auto skip cutscenes out and just let you go at your own pace, a lot of things became desynced and I wasn't happy with it, but they were planned to be automatically skippable, so not much he said was even constructive or useful, so how much do I value his review? Ouch. Well, that's fair. I mean, you do need constructive criticism if you're gonna tear something apart, as opposed to just like, this is bad, next point. You know, that's what I always tried to do when I was playing Octopath, was talk about why it was bad and how it could be fixed, or examples of places that did it better, as opposed to just not, like, this is shit and you should feel bad. Someone asked for ID and they don't provide it, it's a no sale, but they made me feel like crap and their friend showed me their ID. The customer's admin, I'd served them before, but I didn't know. Shadows, it doesn't matter if you've served a person 1,000 times. If you're required to ask for ID, if they even look like it, then you have to ask. So, like, don't feel bad. It doesn't matter if you forgot about who they are or anything. It is part of your job. You can be fired, you could be fined. There's so many things that could happen to you personally if you don't ask for ID. And God forbid it's one of those people who is undercover to check to see if people are asking for ID. Don't do that. Like, just don't do that. Just ask every single time. It's better for you. It's safer for you. Enemies should never live on less than 10 HP. It's too easy to get lost there. Legit signpost. What do you mean enemies should never live on less than 10 HP? So are you saying that we should have a code in the game that if they get knocked down to, say, 3 health, it just auto-kills them? I don't even know how you'd begin to program that, to be perfectly honest. But that seems like a silly complaint, because I don't think any video game does that. Another round, if you please. Don't be leaving on us no cliffhangers, you hear. Finish your story. I'm getting to it. So there we were, set upon by all sides by bloodthirsty brigands. They wanted our coin, our weapons, and who knows what else. It's probably best not to think about that. Anyway, they had us surrounded, right? Looked like the end for us both. Right, Alanya? So the first one stepped up, a rusty cutlass in his hands, and he gets all cute with this your money or your life nonsense. I tell you, he wasn't so cute once I knocked that sword out his hands. You did now. Right out his hands, you say? What'd the rest of them do? Well, they charged, of course, and each one felt the sting of my axe, I tells you. It was a fight for the ages. I slashed to my right, I chopped to my left, and they fell like fresh wheat to the scythe. Right, Alanya? Anyway, by the end of it, only the leader was left standing, looking as slack-jawed as you please. I can hardly believe it. Did you cut him down too? As a matter of fact, he ran away. Well, yes, he did do that. But you should have seen him scamper, like a whipped dog he was. That sounds a little odd. Most would rather die than abandon their men like that. Maybe a knight or some other sort, but your typical bandit ain't got no sense about him. They be looking after their own skin and coin purse alone. Too true, and without any kings left to serve, honor is in short supply. It's every man for himself nowadays. Alanya, was it? How much of that story is true? Did she really fight off all those bandits like she said? No, she did not. Alanya? Having a go with us, were you? I right to remember that was, though. You ought to be a bard with yarns like that. Most bards tell true stories, mind you. Just hand me a drink, would you? Don't be getting all sour, lassie. 'Twas a good tale all the same. Let's drink to your battles yet to come. Provided they actually happen, that is. Fucking cocky little rogue. Oi! What kind of funny business you trying to pull here? As I have told you, sir, the price is quite fair. Fair? You'd be robbing me blind. Me mates will be here shortly, and you just wait till they arrive. Was that a threat? You can't be civil about this, then I don't want... You wrote the cocky character. Of course I wrote the cocky character. What's up?
I already finished reading about it.
Okay, I'll listen for it. I ain't taking no lip for no scrawny bug. Hey, you keep it clean in here or I'll throw you out on your arse. Oh, is that right? All by your lonesome self, are you? Listen here, you don't want none of this, you daft fool. I'm telling you now to knock it off before I get angry. Well, look at that good fortune, me mates. Alright, you wrote Abyss. What was I thinking? Of course, yeah! Now what was that you were saying before? Something about being thrown out on me arse. You might be drunk, but your ears still work, don't they? You want to wind up sucking mud out in the rain? What was that? You're looking for a fight too? Always. Though I doubt in your state you'd be much of a fight. Or were you planning on hiding behind your friends the whole while? You want a piece of this, wench? Fine. You look real nice with some new scars. Now, what are the odds the rest of you are smarter than your friend was? By the sword, we've got to help her. She will be fine. Against all four of them, but you said her story before was... Ah yes, generic power-up animation that I haven't changed yet. You should not fight them off, as you asked, or ready to dispatch the brigands outright. I love how compressed and yet still, like, pleasing to look at this battle system is now that I've tuned everything. I just think it looks so much better without all the unneeded space. Like, something that I've been seeing, and this is true even right now, if I go to, like, the RPG Maker Discord or something like that, and I look at some of the battle screens, there is so much unneeded space. Like, there's a huge gap between the players and the battlers, but there's also just unneeded space behind both of them. There's, like, space over here. There's space over here. There's space down here. There's space over here. There's space up here. All this space that's just not being used, and I never... Or, like, when someone's menu, God forbid, is just, like, items over here, or, like, actions over here, portraits here, bars across the rest of it. Like, use that space. It's so much. I don't know why they all look like that. It bothers the hell out of me. Anyway, let's murder these fools. The reason people just jump on using high resolutions when they don't need them. Also, they don't know how to make a nice UI. Like, honestly, if the UI doesn't look nice, like, if all of this doesn't look nice, I won't be able to move on. I have to sit here and fixate on it until I get it working nice. Honestly, I give full credit to the battle system looking the way it does because of Jmonius, who's in our Discord, and also, like, an actual accomplished game maker. He's done, like, 12, 15 games? I don't know. He's made a lot of games. He's done, like, the Fantasia series and a bunch of other stuff. He has Arcanian on Steam. Go buy that. It looks really good. I believe Leo also did art for them. But he posted his battle systems for his remakes of Fantasia, and they had a similar style to this, and that's what inspired it. And there's a Plague Doctor looking right up into the frame. How's that for a yarn? You must be buying the next round. Rain, look out! Ah, you sensed my attack. Well done, girl. Let me guess, the boss of this little crew. That's right. The crew appears to have gotten quite smaller thanks to you, wouldn't you say? Isn't it like 1816 by 620 by default? Maybe? I don't actually know. So here's the funny thing, Michelle. When I was planning on all these things, I didn't go looking for the resolutions exactly. I just kept adjusting them until they looked like they fit. Just buzzing Cody's food in. There we go. You sound almost pleased about it. What was that spell just now? A bolt of lightning? I've never seen such. Ah, an elf. Small wonder you sensed me coming. The spell? I'd be delighted to show you. Come on, show me what you've got. Yeah, I would rather have this stretched than the space just feel gigantic and unnecessary. If I'm being perfectly honest. So as I mentioned before, the last time I did this, in the intro, all the battles are heals in between, because I don't want you to lose them. In fact, if you somehow manage to lose them, I don't really know what you're doing wrong. You probably should not be playing video games if you manage to lose these fights. I've made them idiot-proof. But, in supplement to making them idiot-proof, and effectively making it so the damage shouldn't possibly be able to kill you unless you just somehow don't do anything, you start with items. You start with 5 herbs, which do 25% healing, and 2 tonics, which do 50. 3 revives, which also heal for 50%, and Alanya has a heal. Like, all things considered, it should be impossible to lose. Now, the only way this battle can kill you before it ends on its own is if she just crits repeatedly and you do literally nothing to stop it. But since there's no other way to just do nothing with your turn besides guard, and guarding, like, half the damage you take anyway. So, it should be impossible. But again, if you just go out of your way to die, then you're just going to find the game over screen. You're an awful lot stronger than your flunkies, I'll give you that. It's also basically impossible to kill this character. And that, like, I just critted for 226. She's still not going to die before she gets away. Her power is unnatural. I can see you won't fall easily. We'll settle this another time. She's gone. Indeed. Players will find a way. Sound like Jeff Goldblum. Stupidity, finds a way. Indeed. What did you say before? About that spell she used? Something about it being weird? We will discuss it later. I do not feel this is the appropriate time or place. Yeah. I guess you're right. Still, I wonder who... Oh, you're a real lifesaver. Thank you, miss. Indeed. You saved me not a little hassle with those blackguards. I think I might have to look the other way when it comes time for your bill. Well then, I think it calls for another round. Aye. This looks to be the place. This spot was pretty close to the village. Small wonder the bandits have been such an issue around here. Hey, we use the same VG. I'm pretty sure all that I have for music is anything that's from an RPG Maker, because I have gone back and picked up a couple from XP and 2003, because I do own both those makers. And to the best of my knowledge, RPG Maker terms of use for assets is as long as you own the maker, you can use them wherever you want. And then anything by Wingless Seraph, because Wingless Seraph does amazing work. So, we probably have a lot of the same music if you've used any of Wingless Seraph stuff. This is the third group we've tracked down since the incident in the tavern. Let's hope our quarry is here. You really got it bad for that Thunder Lady, huh? Was it really that big of a deal? I know you are not fond of magic, Arena, but harnessing lightning is not something that should be possible. Of the 5 elements governing this world... And then, once again, yeah, exactly, it's all free. It's fantastic. I have made pretty much every single tutorial in the game skippable, but for the purposes of video showcasing and making sure that I've got it all done, we will have tutorials in the video. There are fire, wood, metal, sand, and water. Each one is held in balance by being stronger than the other. Fire is strong against metal, but pales in comparison to water. Likewise, water falls to sand, which is in turn is bested by wood. Thus the cycle is balanced. But what that woman was capable of ties to no natural element that I can think of. Therefore, her powers are in front to natural order itself, and it behooves us to find out how she came to possess them. Oh, did I typo that? Okay, that's good. I can fix that right now, as we're going. That's the beauty, like, I love this new maker for being able to do this. Let's see. Nope, it's this box. Pales. Fixed. Rain, please take this seriously. Alright. You know I can't stand magic. It just muddles everything and complicates things. Honestly, we'd be better off without it. But I'll be damned if I let that witch get away with attacking us. So let's go find her. Thank you, Arena. I appreciate your enthusiasm in this. Besides, you're my best friend. I can't let you handle this alone. So, if at the beginning of the game you choose to skip cutscenes, this is where it drops you off. So you're just straight up in the thick of it. You don't have to worry about doing anything. But if you skip the cutscene, you're like, what am I supposed to be doing right now? There is a quest journal, which is always good. Gives you your objectives. These objectives change throughout the game because this quest, at this point in time, is still not finished yet because you haven't caught up to her. I've also changed the status level up system. It's no longer a system that works off of this with pictures that don't quite mesh with everything else. It's now a growth system, which I like quite a bit better. This also allows you to have more of a concrete control of your spells or your stats because you automatically see a reset button right here whenever you want. Now, right now, the reset is a gold cost, which I don't like. I would actually like this to be an item cost, like a rare item that you could get that you could just exchange in exchange for being able to reset. I can't figure out how to change that in the script. It doesn't appear to be a thing that's in the plugin, so it might actually have to be hardwired into the script. I'm not sure. But that's what I would like it for. But every level up gets you 2 points. You can put those points into whatever you'd like. Literally, you want to break the game, max out defense and agility. I'll tell you that right now. Just max out the points. It's this one was not Yanfly, unfortunately. This one was... Where the hell did I have this? Oh, it should be under that. Some random dude. This was SRD. This is Some Random Dude's stat distribution plugin. We also have the party system. Now, I have gone out of my way to make it so that you cannot get rid of your characters. At no point will the game allow you to remove characters from the party. You can exchange them, but you cannot remove them. Which is fine with me, because I don't mind you moving them around. I just don't want you having, like, a party where you can get... Like, remember that demo I played? Where, at the start of the game, it was like the character under 2 bodyguards, and the first thing I could do was go into the menu and remove the bodyguards from combat? Which made no fucking sense, but it let me do it. I made sure it's not possible in this. So, there's that. And then, of course, the change menu also gives you the parameters, as well as their equipment, their HP and their MP, and what level they are, which I like, too. Say I use 3 characters that aren't part of an Okay, so question. Say I use 3 characters that aren't part of an upcoming cutscene. How do you handle it? That actually has come up. So what I do, because there's a part that comes up near the end of what I've already programmed. No, not at all, Shadows. Not at all, Shadows. It's good to vent it out. Like, trust me, you did the right thing. But I would still mention it to management just to cover your own ass in case. Sorry. So you get to the point where you have to split up your party. Now, there is a chance that Reyna may not be in the current active party at the time, which is completely possible, because like in Final Fantasy X, you can have Titus just not in the party, but he has to be there for cutscenes and everything. So what I do is, before the party loses the characters that you don't currently have, or that you don't need for the ongoing cutscene, I force a party formation menu, and I mark certain characters as required. Which means it will not let you exit that menu until those characters are in the party. Doesn't matter what the positions are. If they're not in the 3-person party, it doesn't allow them to proceed. You can't close the menu without it. So that's how I get around that. Also, I just noticed something about this that's going to bother me, so let's fix this real quick. I want to do this, and we want to do 515, I think? Yes. Let's do 514. Much better. Perfect. For certain teams, for certain scenes. Well, the scene in question, you know what, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry about that. Status menu, pretty standard. I'm still a huge fan of the little stat polygon thing. I've always loved this design ever since Tales of the Abyss used it, so I kept it. One thing about the equip menu I don't like with Yanflies, and Michelle, maybe you have this problem too. You can see all your stats on this one menu, right? Like, there's no other stats that you need to view that are here. If you click right or left, you can still change the menu, though, to the second page, which doesn't have anything on it. It's a minor thing. It's very insignificant. It just bugs me that it's an option. And I don't know how to stop it from being an option. Skills, you can see what their passives are, because both characters have a passive. Reyna's is the lower her HP gets, the more power her physical attack gets, so you can actually play her as a fast and loose, like, yeah, she'll just take a bunch of hits, and then she'll murder things. And then Alania's right now is tied to a hunting aim that I have not programmed yet, because I'm still working on it. The item menu has sorting capabilities, thank God for that. And then the option menu is just the standard option menu. So I don't have that problem because I need the second tab to put passive armor and set effects on. Okay, that's fair. The game will not let you leave until you finish this area. Don't be skulking around here. Back off. Also, just to further supplement the main character's impatient, impulsive, and crazy sometimes, here's how she reacts to a locked door. Rain, it appears as though the door is locked. But what if I want to go in? That is an odd compulsion you have. Perhaps the key could be found nearby. Fine. Let me try to go in. And look, the door opened. Now I know I didn't just see two human girls headed for our hideout. You two must be out of your minds to be wandering around out here. Well, technically she's an elf. I don't bloody care what she is. What you two want here? Don't you know this be our camp? Hold that thought. Are we in the right place? This is the very spot the villagers pinpointed. But that's an orc. We weren't looking for an orc. No, we were not. Yet this is where we were sent. Hey, don't you be ignoring me. You wouldn't happen to have a human woman around here, would you? About this tall, dark hair, prone to fits of lightning. What you want about? Ain't no human stupid enough to come around here except you two. She's an F. Oh, forget it. We're definitely in the wrong place. Though that may be, the villagers were quite adamant that this is where their bandit troubles were originating. I believe it would be in everyone's best interest if we intervened. I guess? Why can't things ever be easy for us? So, first battle goes down real simple. Just attack him. The victory music got fucked up. That's weird. That's not what the victory music is. Why did that get changed? Hold on, let's do an alt save here and then check it, because that shouldn't have happened. Just quickly go to the menu here, find out why that did that. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. So that's strange. Do I have an event that says that? Because I shouldn't. That was a cute journal. Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see. Intro. Tavern. Where is the last boss fight? Enable victory aftermath, yes. So that should be fine. Do I have to reset the victory theme? It's possible that I have to reset it after I do that. So what we'll do then, skip to here, because I want to see if it does it when I just don't have the opening cutscene play, because that could be it. That could be it. Also, I just noticed something else that's bothering me, and I really needed to fix this. That. Leave that on. The sprites moving in cutscenes gives them a tiny bit more life, so I like to have them stepping. If it's a cutscene that you don't trigger on your own, like it's an auto start, then I have the main character do it too. But on ones that are just touch plate cutscenes like this, I don't mind. So we'll just fly through this real quick. I'm scared. 7 to 13 on the two of this are the drawing or mapping. Trust me, I know. Like when I have the city to map out, I was like, I'm just dreading doing this. I don't want to do it. It was like make a map and then just go sit down for a while and then make another map. That's pretty much all I did. I'll go through the entire process once we get to the city. Okay, so now the victory music works. So it must have been something to do with that animation. In most cases, felling the bandit leader is enough to scatter the group. I believe that should be our objective. So the journal update pops up. Journal update fucks off. We now go to the journal, and we see that we have a new quest. Yay! Rout the bandits. So, just defeat the leader. Go back into the house here, because now it's open. There's more orcs. What the hell? So I made it so the Prowlers are faster than even Alanya at the start, which means you will typically always see them either get an attack off or throw a mushroom. Now their attacks are not very strong. I think they do like 6 damage to Alanya. It's not, or to Arena. It's not that much. But clearing out the house gives you a spot to sleep, because as I've always mentioned before, if you're going to restrict the party's access to traveling or away from a town, you need to give them a way to heal, preferably a free way to heal, a way to level up, which you have inside because there's random encounters in there, and then either enough items to get by or a way to buy more items, or, in lieu of both of those, a way to accumulate more items. All of the enemies have a chance to drop items, and Alanya has a healing spell anyway, so you can get more MP from this. Not to mention, finishing off the opening also gets you a couple of mana restore items, as well as a medicinal kit, and then some status tiers. There's a note over here, if you need a note about the boss. The boss ain't been sleeping so good, so whatever you bugs do, don't be waking him if you catch him napping, there'll be hell to pay. Just to help him out, we're going to be leaving a few musa boxes around the camp to help him sleep. Don't be fiddling with them neither. And, if you didn't catch the note or just weren't looking around, you'll start to notice that this place has a really interesting habit. I want a fun fact on your heal note there. Okay, what about it? Dark and full of orcs. My favorite. But this is not a tavern arena. Alanya, I was being sarcastic. Coincidentally, I designed my game as long as your healer is alive and you have at least 14% health, you can bring your whole party back up to full. No items needed. So, one thing that I noticed that I'm not super pleased about is the overall status. I have to use the default ones for this right now to show that there's a negative status on the character. Like, obviously this shows, like, poison, she's actually bleeding. I used to have on-screen effects for this, but it conflicted with the party switch system, because I would have someone who was, like, confused, and I could switch them out. But then the new character that would take their place had the confusion symbol over their head, even though they were not confused. It really bothered me, and I couldn't get rid of it. This system mercifully works with the party switch, it's not the same. Because I have less options with it. I'll probably do a status tutorial at some point, early game, that I haven't programmed just yet. Tonic's over there. Now, all the bleed status ailment does, mercifully, is just halves your effectiveness with healing. So it's really not that big of a deal to be afflicted with it. But never a bad thing just to get rid of. But as you can see, yeah, it only gave her, like, half health for that. You try state. I did that. No, state animations from Yanfly was what I had. That's what conflicted with it. Also, now that I have the new level up system, the auto heal. So what I had before, the problem I was running into before with the old manual level up system that Galv had, was you had to specifically go into the menu to use the level up and use the points in order to get the heal off of leveling up. Now you just get the heal off of leveling up. It does not matter if you use the level or not. Like, I actually went as far as the second boss without using any of these points, just to see if I could do it. I'm going to try that again, but it is 100% possible to at least get to the second boss without using a single stat level up. And considering levels don't give you these stats naturally, that's not bad I want to see how far a player can get without ever actually using a level up point. And only relying on equipment to give them stat boosts. Which it means I'm probably going to see Michelle do that because she likes to fucking suffer whenever she plays video games. Oh, look at that. This guy lived with less than 10 HP. Well, here's the trade-off for that, Michelle. Until after the second boss, there is not a single equipment salesman, which means the stats that you see here are the stats that you're with if you don't use the points, until after the second boss, which I was not able to kill without leveling up. Also, by this music box here, the player should be realizing that even if they didn't find that note, you're getting an awful lot of these music boxes. Which would logically dictate you'd go to the menu, figure out what they do, find out they add sleep in battle, and then maybe think, oh, the enemies around here are probably vulnerable to sleep. And if you're really thinking, you'll try it on the boss. I did buy armor in Emberheart, just weapons, that's all I needed. That's fair, but I also didn't have a good enough equipment system in Emberheart. The equipment system was very much just like everything gives you defense. Which I'm way less of a fan of now that I've done this. This cave appears to be deeper than I would have first estimated. No kidding, who even knows how far down it goes? I believe it may become prudent to save our progress in the event we run into something unmanageable. Save tutorial or skip. Remind me how to do that again? Of course. Simply open the menu and select save in order to create a record of our progress thus far. As saving can be done anywhere and at any time, there is no conceivable downside to saving as often as you may like. Got it. Thanks, Alanya. Made the dev sad, though, because he beat the whole demo without armor. Just weapons on hard. Nice! Seriously? This is still going. I would estimate that we are near the end. I'll probably try to push Alanya for one more level just to get the free healing before the boss. Especially because every enemy seems to be just completely fucking focused on her. And I don't know why. Play Sepeternal. Okay, I'll look into it. Oh, actually, here's something I can ask you guys, because I've been fighting with this for a little while, and I'm not actually sure which way I want to go with it. So, right now, all abilities are set up to have they use a percentage of MP. They don't actually use a flat amount of MP, they use a percentage, which means as you get more MP, they will cost more, but because you're also leveling up your stats, they'll also do more. So right now, that's how I found the balance. However, because the MP is rather small in general, like, I think the 5th character might have, like, 80 when they join, and that's pretty high at that point, because, well, as you can see, Arena has 14 and she's maxed right now. Oh, okay, let me get my journal out. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just wondering if you guys think that the skills using a percentage of your MP, so they always rise and fall accordingly with how much MP you have, is the way to go, or if you prefer a more flat MP cost. Like, no, this skill, it's your starting skill, it always costs 5 MP. Doesn't matter how much you have, that's how much it always costs. I'm just curious what you guys think. Alright, how do I spell this fucking thing? Sepeternal. There we go, that's in my book. For small numbers, I prefer smaller numbers, unless it's like their ultimate skills. How much do I need to get levels up? I'm looking 34 for Alanya. Wait, can't I use... Yeah, I can just use Z and X for this. I don't have to be using... Let me know when you play. I'll get the dev in here. Sure! Okay, one more fight ought to do it. So, with some exceptions, it is pretty hard to level up a lot in this early area, and that's intentional, because I would rather the player not be completely fucking over-leveled and jacked up as hell. But if you really want to push it, you can. You can stay here and grinding orcs until you've killed the boss. As soon as you kill the boss, you can't fight the orcs anymore. There we go. Okay, she's leveled up. She's got a free heal. Oh, one other thing I can't figure out, because it's not in the plugin, for some reason they didn't plan for this. The heal on level up does not cure status. That's strange. Like, it literally doesn't do it, and I don't know why that is. So it was you two making all that racket up there. Racket? That's what you call a couple of fighters trouncing all your bandit buddies? Sure, okay, let's just go with that. And arrogant to boot. Be there any point in my asking why two she-witches want with me and my boys? Is that a real question? You're bandits. We're mercenaries. We came to stop you. You and your ilk have made the lives of neighboring townsfolk difficult for some time now. We have been tasked with bringing a return to the peace. It be a harsh world out there, ladies. If you want to see any sort of coin, sometimes you gots to be taking it. Still, never thought them poor sods in Kimple would scrounge up enough to hire someone to come here. Clearly we left him more than he needed. What do you mean by that? You intentionally left coin behind? That doesn't make any sense. We need coin to eat, but we ain't monsters about it, missy. Don't suppose them simple folk ever bothered to mention how we never hurt him. Did anyone say anything like that? As I recall, we simply asked about the Thunder Witch and were pointed here. The villagers only implied they wished the raids to cease. And just like that, you come cutting a bloody path through me home and me boys. We might be bad folk for stealing, but I think the evil ones here be you. Oh, just stop confusing me here. Look, you're thieves and brigands, and that's good enough for me. Now, you gonna put up your sword or not? Don't let it be said that old Sorate ain't a trying sort, but ye be trespassers in me home, and I got to be some boys to avenge. This be the thanks I get for going soft on them villagers. Now I got to deal with yous. You are making me question my life decisions, and I do not like it. So, start off the fight by just attacking a couple times. And apparently he's just gonna miss, which is great for me. So let me ask you, how much do them pitiful folk pay you two devils to come barging in here? We were not hired in any official capacity by the villagers. In truth, we seek a dark-haired witch. There ain't no witches here except you two. What kind of fools are you anyway? Well, big ones, apparently. So now that Arena's health is low, we can start using Chopper to deal a lot of damage. Alright, enough of this 2-on-1 nonsense. Let's make this a touch more fair, eh? I don't know if you can count, but that doesn't make this even. I also am very miserly when it comes to my item usage, so I'm really bad at, like, just not using items and only using skills. So tie in your own game. Nah, we got revived, we're fine. Oh, it has, and I actually kind of anticipate it happening when I get to the second boss, because like I said, I'm going to try and fight it without any upgrades. No, the most awkward thing is when you're playtesting your game for other people, and then you have a crash or something, or like an unexpected freeze. Because, like, I don't know if they fixed this or patched at any point, but MV used to be really bad for just randomly freezing at times during playtesting. It happened to my brother a couple times when he streamed Emberheart, and I could never figure out what the cause of it because it never happened twice in the same spot. There we go. So, 4 battle spoils. One thing I've always done with bosses in my games is, if there's drops from enemies, the bosses will always have like a guaranteed form of that. So, every enemy in the game can drop what's known as a mystery bag. Bosses have a guaranteed drop in a mystery bag, which is great. We'll go into mystery bags in a second here. He also drops a trade item, which will come important later, and then a piece of armor because you haven't actually found any armor yet. Aye, that'll do it, eh? Why do I feel like... I feel displeased with this outcome as well. Heh, heh. Always a laugh when you mess up and it'd be too late to fix things, don't it? Afore you go getting all glum, we be bandits. This day we're bound to come eventual like. And if I had to fall, at least I went down with a blade in me hand. Listen, you be looking for a miss with dark hair. Uses lightning and whatnot, yeah? Real saucy attitude about her? Wait, you know her? Spare me, boys. Any who be left, swear to me you'll let them leave and I'll tell you what I know of her. It will be done. We shall pursue not one of them, provided they leave this area in peace. Tell us what you know. Of course. She be named Louvria, that one. Used to be small time. Burglar and sword for hire. Knew her afore I rounded up me boys here. Always liked to talk big, that one. Wanted more from life than cutting purses and throats. Thought she bought it a few years back, but she turned up here 2 days ago. 2 days? We're on the right trail. Aye, but I don't think it'll be roses when you find her. She's changed, that one. Got some magic in her now. That be new. Don't know how that happened. She be headed south, through the marshlands. That be all I know. Thank you. You may depart with the knowledge that your men will be spared. Appreciate it. Perhaps in the next life our spots will be turned around. Ha ha! I feel gross. This has been an unfortunate turn of events, yet we have at least ascertained a name and potential path forward. Yeah, Louvria. And she never used to have those powers, apparently. People can't just get magic randomly, can they? Like it's one of those things that you're born with, isn't it? Every study I have ever encountered has stated as such, yes. To develop such abilities is unprecedented. Moreover, there remains no governing element with which you could utilize the spell she has. To put it lightly, she is an anomaly. Well then, I guess we better get out after her. There has to be an explanation, correct? Now, in terms of sparing the boys, what I've done with that is the moment that fight stops, or the moment that fight is over, combat encounters in the cave can't happen anymore. They just turns off the ability to deal with them. You also get a full heal, because logically the next thing the player will do is go to use items to heal their party. Let me just spare you those items. So we were given a piece of armor, which gives us an extra 5 health than we had normally, because the cotton tunic gives 5 health and 5 mana. The bronze armor gives 10 health and 5 mana, so we'll just give that to Alanya since her health is so low anyway. And also a dusty mantle, which gives 5 evasion %. Well, here's the thing, is it's like a lesson about being a DM. You're not trying to kill the player. You're just creating a world for them to play in. I don't want it to be like balls-breakingly difficult gameplay. Also, since there's no encounters, the map will just skip you back up to the start when you leave through that ladder. But if you missed a chest or wanted to go exploring, you can still freely climb back down. And Michelle got hit with ads again. Alright, next up is the character of Tut, who is my tutorial character. Ahoy there, a moment of your time. Okay, what do you want? The name's Tut. I'm a waste rider by trade, paving the way for folks to get by in the world. Though you two look pretty well off, I was wondering if you had any questions I could help with. And basically, every time you want to learn something, you just seek out Tut, or Toot. I guess tutorial, so Toot would be more respectable, and then ask them questions. They effectively break the fourth wall, but who cares? It's a way of getting information out in like a completely optional way, without it being just 500 menus in the menu option. So let's ask about status. Tell me how my stats work. Of course. Your statistics are divided into 8 different categories: HP, MP, attack, defense, intelligence, spirit, agility, and luck. And these colors are important because when the abilities get used in battle, you'll see arrows that represent these colors that are all tied to it. So attack will be represented by yellow. So when Serate was using Taunt, for example, my attack was the stat that got lowered. The color matches up. When they used Rally Defense, they used a green color. When they used Rally Agility, it was a white color. So, stuff like that. Unlike your standard fare, leveling up does not actually increase any of these stats naturally. If you'd like to know more about how to increase these stats, ask me about leveling up. For now, though, let's focus on what each stat does for you. Both HP and MP are your core stats. The former keeps you alive while the latter allows you to use abilities. HP should always be considered the most important. You can raise both these vital stats by equipping torso armor. Your attack and intelligence stats dictate how strong you are in battle. One is for physical attacks, while the other is for magic attacks. Raise both these stats with new weapons. Your defense is super important as many enemies utilize physical strikes. This stat helps lower the damage they cause. You can further increase it with newer and better shields. Like with defense, your spirit stat helps increase and helps to protect you. Only in this case, it's from magical attacks. It can be increased with stronger head armor. Your agility is crucial as it dictates when and how often you'll act in battle. It is also mostly unaffected by equipment, so watch out. Finally, the luck stat helps determine things like critical hits, ailment susceptibility, and there are even a few abilities that use it too. That's all I have to tell you about your stats. And then you can ask about levels, which I think I updated. Every time you fill your EXP bar, you gain a level. However, the benefits of that level are not immediately active. The first thing you'll have to do to reap any rewards from leveling up is to open the menu and select the growth option. The growth menu is super simple to navigate. Select the spend option to begin. Each level grants you 2 points to use on whatever you would like. Select your preferred stat to add a point to it. You can spend as many points as you have, leveling one or any stats all at once. If you change your mind, simply hit cancel to back out. Otherwise, press finish to, well, finish. One thing to keep in mind is there is no way to raise your HP or MP in this fight. You'll have to find other ways to adjust those stats. That's all I have to tell you about leveling up. Down the road, I'll talk about the reset option. The reason why it's not in that tutorial specifically is because I really don't want it to be gold if I can help it. Actually, I think we're good. Thanks, though. Wonderful. Always happy to see folks who know their way around. I'll be on my way then, but if you have any questions, just look for me. I'll be happy to help. I had to find a character that had like a really standoutish headpiece so that you could always spot them. So a big, bright blue helmet kind of settled it for me. What a nice lady. Alright, so this area is officially finished, and also if you go to our journal, we can find out that we have routed the bandits and obtained the identity of the Thunder Witch Luvria, which is a hell of a lot better than walking around asking people if they've seen a lady who can shoot lightning from her fingers. So, going out of the area allows us to go to the world map where we can move around and select new places to explore. If you're not happy with that, you can just back out, go back to the map. You can always, from any point, go to the party camp menu, which I like. And these characters are not supposed to be here yet, so let me fix that. Why are you there? What switch did I not put in? Meeting with Margave camp. So you are supposed to be... where is it? That one. Nope, not that one. That one. There we go. Fix that. I hate the character generator button being right there. I hit it all the time. I hate it being there. There we go. Let's try that again. Perfect. Now it works as intended. So, every time you equip, you get a new party member, they will show up in the little area here where you can chat with them, get affinity points with them, and sometimes pick up side quests from them. I have not started planning side quests out, but this is it. Oh, that's why I hate it so much. Right now, talking to Alanya just allows you to rest here for free. It doesn't do anything else. I'll probably implement a little bit more dialogue with her later, but let's go check out the village. So, Kimple Village. Now, one thing I did was, I tried to give the player incentive to talk to NPCs, so the very first person you're likely to run into is this guy here, who immediately starts talking about something that you've already dealt with, which is the bandit problem, and you get your dialogue with the character. Now, this rewards you with an item, which is great, because it kind of encourages the player to be like, oh, okay, maybe I should talk to more people, because not every NPC is going to have something either relevant or useful or item-granting, but it still could be something that you could learn. Also, characters that can give you side quests are not going to be specially marked. You're going to have to talk to people to get those side quests. I may do a poll on this on Discord and see if people would prefer markers for side quest characters, but it seems like people don't like the hand-holdy nature. Like, I asked that about the items. Like, if there's an item hidden on the map that's not in the chest, do you want, like, some kind of visual indicator of it? And most people were like, no. So I'm assuming the quest thing will be very much the same. This guy also gives you a brief tutorial of what medicinal kits do. They're just basically tents. Kimball Village, a small but thriving community. You can walk around, there's a couple of chests in the village to collect, but you really don't need to talk to anybody, it's just kind of an option. If you head into the inn, and talk to the innkeeper, room board for 2 plus a hot meal, that'll run you 40 gold. What do you think? You really have no reason to, because you can just go to your camp, but it still feels nice to have inns in games, so if you get stuck in an area where you're not allowed to leave, you still have an option to heal. This guy tells you about the potions. You know curatives like herbs and tonics scale with your HP? It's true. That means they'll always be relevant, even when you're much stronger. Here's Tut for the area. What do you want to know about? No bullshit, just cuts right to the tutorials. So we can find out history of the village, what the party camp is for, suggestions on items to buy, because some people might not have any idea of what to expect, or you can just tell them no. Now, this character here is going to be giving you the very first side quest of the game. I have programmed in the side quest, I have just not finished it yet. So I can grab it now. It'll unlock the area that the side quest takes part in, but the actual area itself doesn't have the side quest contents yet. Hail and well met, sister. Hail. Why the glum exterior? Meetings like these are causes for celebration, are they not? Has it been so long for you? I apologize. I mean you no disrespect. It has been many a moon since I shared the company of another elf. Indeed! I shall drink to this most fortuitous happenstance in your honor. Sister, tell me, as you look worldly enough, are you a waste rider? I am a mercenary, though I suppose the difference is small enough. Did you require something? What glorious fortune this is! I was set upon by brigands not long ago, and they took from me something of great import. I would like it back, if at all possible. These bandits weren't orcs, were they? By heavens, no, nothing so garish. They were common curs, the lot of them. A band of humans haunting our good crossroads south of here. I see. Yes, handling bandits and their ilk is indeed within our abilities. However, a mercenary must always consider the coin before us. I trust you have a means of payment should we reclaim your item? But of course. Retrieve from me that which has been stolen, I shall impart upon you a rare and exquisite jewel fruit. You can easily mod the plugin to cost items instead. How? I looked, I couldn't figure it out. Wow, those are hard to come by. What did they steal from you? An item of great sentimental value. A ring of purest amber, bestowed upon me by the elder of my clan. Your mark of maturity, then. I remember the custom, yes. Yes. We will look into this for you. Oh, happy day. Then I shall await you here, and please, exercise the utmost caution around those brigands. Now, one thing I'm going to do is, I don't believe I'm going to make it optional to take side quests. And what I mean by that is, it's optional to complete them. You can take them, and you literally never have to go and do them. But if you talk to a person, I don't want to have to make it so you talk to a person, they give you their entire side quest spiel, and you're like, nah. And then you come back later and you're like, I actually want that side quest, and then you have to listen to the spiel again. If you could code that for me, I'd appreciate it, because I don't know how. But I wanted to give like a special jewel or something, or like a miracle crystal or something like that, that allows you to reset your stats, but it costs one of those crystals to do. That's what I would like it to do. Like, basically, if you could just, like, if you can make it use a certain item ID, that's all I need. Yeah, if you can just get it working and send it to me, I'll test it right away. That's not a problem. Anyway, the journal. Now we have an option for side quests. Cutthroat oh, I have to change that. That's too big. What should I call this side quest, guys? It was going to be something like this, but I can't call it that because it's too big. I'm a big fan of the alliteration in quests. Well, crossing's not descriptive enough. I guess I could call it Ring Snatcher. It's not alliteration, but it gets the point across of what it is. Okay, sounds good. Hold on a second. Let me... Oh, wait. I got one. That'll work. And 30... No, not 307. It is... Objective list 803. There. Let's try that. That should be decidedly smaller. Yeah, there we go. Ring robbers. That's much smaller. That'll fit. We met an elf in Kempole village who was ambushed at the crossroads. His ring has been stolen, and we have been tasked with reclaiming it. Seek out the bandits at the crossroads, reclaim the elven ring, and reward is a jewel fruit. While it's not explained right now, a jewel fruit is really, really good because it gives you 10 HP. Like 10 maximum health. So now this opens up the crossroads. Now, what I'm probably going to do is have it come down here and then just the bandits are going to be chilling. It'll probably just be something simple like that. You walk up, you talk to them, and fight ensues. You can only access this area once you've talked and gotten the quest. This area does not appear otherwise. So that's good. It means, like, I don't have to have a bunch of extra events for, like, if you come here before the bandits are here. Like, no, the bandits are always going to be here. Because you can only access this area once you know there are bandits here. It also has trees from the surrounding areas, which I have planned for. Like, the north has more rounded trees. The west has, like, more pine tree looking things, but they're less dark. And then the south has more dead trees and darker trees. Which, if you look at the map, actually matches up. Which I thought, like, I was like, because I had the benefit of already having the world map part of this done when I was mapping this part out. And I'm like, okay, that kind of works. So, that's probably what's going to be here. Is just you'll come here, you'll fight the bandits. There'll be, like, 3 chests in the area, so it's still worth coming, even if you don't want to fight the bandits. But I'll put them, like, down here, and there'll be a chest over here. So you'll have to kill them if you want to get the chest that's over here, as well as finish the quest. But that is largely optional. Let's go to the Tipsy Mallard, which is where we started. Hey, do we have time for a drink? I believe you always make time. That sounds so passive-aggressive. It really does. Like, there's no way to make it not sound passive-aggressive. Tut has a few more tutorials for us. But one of the most important ones is the introduction of the very first minigame. Which is over here. We can play blackjack. Up for a hand of blackjack. Place your bets. Double your money back if you win. So I actually changed this up. I forgot to mention this. Originally, this was you bet $100, you win $200 if you win. I had to do some test coding with this, but I actually got it running now where you can bet whatever you want. You can bet as much money as you want, and then you can get back double that if you win. And because the game just allows you to save scum the shit out of it, you can absolutely do that. So we can just save, like, right here. Go in, bet $800. And if we lose, we just reset. I'll set on 19. Oh, suck it, fool. Nice job. Here's your gold. Let me know if you want to play again. $1,600. So yeah, I thought about, like, putting a cap on this so the players couldn't just exploit it to get, like, lots and lots and lots and lots of money early, but then I'm like, who really cares if they do? If the player wants to save scum it and do it, why am I going out of my way to prevent them from doing that? Like, just let them have fun. Let them play the game. It's not a multiplayer game, so balance doesn't need to be as strict as it would if you were competing against other players. So I saw no reason to restrict a player from being able to win literally infinite amounts of money here if they wanted. So, off to the marshlands. Thank you. It's not mine. I found a YouTube video for it and I had to convert the code myself. My gosh, I forgot how bad it smells here. I believe it would be a mixture of the gases secreted by the feral beasts that live here. It is likely those scents have fused with the aroma of the stagnant waters to create the haze surrounding us. You can also add a place in the world map. Gold mine. Oh yeah, I guess that could work. I can see what you're doing there. I would need a good reason to put a minigame in for that though. Like I would need to actually have like a visual minigame for that. Okay, first off, never say secreted ever again. Secondly, is this haze dangerous? I forgot to ask before. Not directly. The smells should not harm our bodies, though they will make us more susceptible to the toxins while we remain within it. The worst result of the haze, the worst result of our exposure here is the haze itself. With how thick it is in the air, it will make striking more difficult in battle. Well, isn't that just great? It is a double-edged sword. While we suffer an adverse hit rate, we will enjoy a higher evasiveness against enemy strikes. Oh, well that's handy at least. But we should still hurry through here. This place reeks. So there's quite a few chests in this area to get. And a rare encounter with that enemy. If you can manage to kill it, it drops a lot of experience points. So this is where you're going to start noticing that unless you're leveling up your attack, you're not able to two-shot enemies as easily anymore. Unless you just keep Reyna at like a really low amount of health, in which case she could probably one-shot them. But unless, yeah, you gotta use those level ups if you really want the better stats. So then you can have a lot of gold from those enemies. Like a big dragon gives you 1500 gold coins after kill. Oh, I do have an enemy like that actually. Because like I said, that one enemy we ran through at the start of this that ran away on the first turn, that's what that's for. It's there to drop more money than you would normally have, or more money that you would normally get from fights, because fights don't give you that much money. As you can see, this one here gives me $4. But he also drops a high amount of experience. The thing is, he also runs really fast, so he usually just gets into a fight and then legs it. You want the reset cost to be changed? To change or fixed? No, I want it to just be one. I would like it to be one of the required item that I was talking about. Yeah, that bug right there. If you can get that, which I think is called a re-skipiller, because this is a skipiller. If you can kill that thing before it gets away, you get a lot of experience and gold out of it. Yeah, like, I'll make it so those items aren't easily obtainable. You'll probably have to craft them. But that's what I would like it to do, is just use, like, item X. What the? How strange. I did not think it was possible for swampy terrain like this to suffer from the effects of an earthquake. You always seem to be so calm. The ground is moving. Be at ease, Rain. It appears to have stopped. Well, excuse me if that doesn't make me relax. That was weird and I didn't like it. Then let us hope it does not happen again. Oh, your first hat, which gives you 5 more magic defense. Oh, you bitch. I'm still puzzling over that comment that you were given, Michelle, where it's like enemies shouldn't live with only 10 HP. And I'm still trying to figure out how that would even be possible to code. Short of an event every single battle formation that says if X is at 10% health, just automatically induce death. Like, you would have to do so much manual work for that. Like, I understand the frustration. Oh, wow. He's actually not running this time. He's also really fucking strong. Ah, bitch. Wait, actually, I can test this. So, one thing I've been trying to get working is a medicinal kit that actually works the way I want it to. Yay, it does, finally. I had to make it a fucking common event for that to work. I couldn't make the stupid thing fully heal plus revive people on the map. It either had to do one or the other. It either could revive dead people and fully heal them, or it could only fully heal the alive people, and I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. So I just made it a fucking event, and that worked. And if you're a really good treasure hunter, you'll find the jewel fruit that's on this map, which gets you, like I said, 10 more health. It's possible, but when, like, what you're doing specifically is critiquing for the sake of making a project better, like you're beta testing it, what good is a complaint for the sake of complaining? It doesn't do anybody any good. You may as well just keep your feedback, like, constructive, so that people know what to improve upon. Just saying, like, oh, this is dumb, I don't like it, like, that doesn't help anybody. So, we are going to use that jewel fruit. So, special HP plus 10. I'm going to give that to Arena, since Alanya has that. We also have some white powder and a bent sword. And we should get a full heal next fight. At least for Arena, because she's, like, really close to a level. Or we could run. Oh, guess we'll just use a medicinal kit. Fucking fully heal that way. Now, mercifully, the first weapon you can pick up in the game is really hard to miss. To the point where I put it there, so you would definitely see it. And just in case people couldn't find this box in the middle of the fucking path that you walk right by, that has the first weapon pickup of the game, I also went ahead and fought the boss without it before, to make sure that it was possible without that 5 extra points of damage. It is. It takes longer, but it's doable. So even if you somehow miss the crest attacks, and all the beautiful power that it gives you, you're not fucked. Not again! I sense a disturbance beneath the ground. No kidding! The ground is moving again! No, it is not the ground. There's something else beneath it. Well, what? What is it? I would surmise it is that. What is that thing? I believe their genus is classified as a fortress worm. They are supposedly quite formidable. Well, how do we kill it? Like you would kill most things. Hit it with your axe until it stops moving. So this thing will 9 times out of 10 always be faster than you. It's built to do that. And then its first move is to slow you down. Now, it doesn't use power downs, it actually uses the actual status ailment slow, which, if you're paying attention, you can cure. You can just straight up get rid of its main ability if you're paying enough attention to what your abilities can do. What gives? I can't even get to its head to attack it. It is blocking my arrows with its body. We shall have to cut it apart in order to reach the head. Cut it apart? Now you're talking. Yeah, if you go to try and hit it in the head to kill it, it doesn't work. You can't even reach it. See? Literally can't go. Now, the body parts themselves are basically just damage sponges and tanks. They will sometimes attack, like with that swipe attack that you just saw, which, by the way, that was really bad odds on my end that happened. But mostly they'll use Slither, which just increases their speed. Every couple of turns they'll have a guaranteed attack, but for the most part they're just there to block. But if you're really unlucky, they'll just hit you a bunch of times. It can happen. God damn it! Oh, I'm definitely just gonna do a reset on this. Yeah, this boss is not easy without your level ups. You're supposed to be leveling up for it. Oh, actually, no. I should have just let that kill me, because I could have shown off another feature. Damn it. I actually put it... So, long cutscenes before boss fights are a bitch when you can't skip them. In most RPG Maker games, you can't. So I put in a workaround for it, and then I forgot about it. I'll show it off if I get killed this time. That sounds like a horse. What, the move? It's actually like an earth rumble sound. I don't know what the hell a fucking giant sandworm moving through the dirt would sound like. Or I guess moving through a swamp. So I just like, I'll just use what I have access to. Enemy shouldn't live with less than 10 health. Yeah, well, you know what? Characters could do it too. Let's see how much damage I do with this much fucking health left. Yeah, that checks out. Damn it. Double damn it. Triple damn it. Oh, wow. Dodged it. Surprising. I don't even want to think about how fucking fast those worm segments are. Considering they've been using Slither like that much. There goes my speed again. Okay, so whenever you kill one, he'll always counter with Coffin Crush, which does high magic damage to one target. That actually is a monster sound, believe it or not. I think it's just labeled as Monster 4 or something. It looks like a water dragon. It's a giant worm. I don't know where you're getting dragon out of this. It doesn't look like a dragon at all. Jesus Christ, this thing is kicking my ass. Well, I am out of revives. I am one hit away from dying. No, I think I have one revive left. Yes, I do. Nope, now I'm dead. That's gonna kill me. Alright, so I don't think I can kill this thing without leveling up, which is fine because that's what I planned around. But oh, I don't want to watch the big ass cutscene again. What do? Well, you don't have to, because it gives you the option to retry the battle. It just cuts right through the bullshit and goes right to the fight. And even better, you can even change out your equipment beforehand if you want. and actually Legend of Dragoon demonstrate the dragon. Actually, you know what? That's fair. Both the dragons that you see in Legend of Dragoon, that you fight as boss fights, don't look like dragons. Fucking Firebrand looks like a goddamn insect. Anyway, I'm actually gonna level up now, so I will have to watch the cutscene again. But yeah. So I have 6 points. We're gonna put 2 of those in defense, 2 of those in attack, and 2 of those into speed. Oh yeah, the Divine Dragon. I forgot about the Divine Dragon. Wow. No, it looks kind of right. There we go. Alright. Let's fight this thing good and proper. This should be considerably easier with those extra points in defense, speed, and attack. Yeah, see, for example, Alania's now fast enough that even with slow, she goes ahead of the tentacles. And mercifully, both of its main moves can be countered with Sundew, because its main moves are slow and poison. So you can just get rid of both of those things. But also, if you're paying attention to Toot back in town, she will tell you that the swamp is full of things that like to poison people. So it's in your best interest to take a lot of antitoxins anyway. I'm gonna have to use an MP restore on her soon. Jesus. The beatdown. Damn it. I thought I was going to kill it. I probably should have used rapid fire. Ah, you bitch. It's like, if it hits Alanya, I'll be fine, but of course it goes after her. That's okay. This fight becomes, like, way easier the moment those body parts are gone. There's nothing else fucking up your turn order anymore, and this guy only gets 1 attack. So, unlike a lot of boss fights in other RPGs where, like, they have a second win and they start doing, like, more damage, this one here is actually the opposite of that. where it's built to show you that, no, this fight starts off more challenging, but gets easier the more parts of it you hack off. Now, he will start spamming abilities after a while, depending on his HP pool. He'll start using Coffin Crush more, which you're less prepared against because your magic defense isn't great, but also he doesn't have a high magic stat, so not that big of a deal. But yeah, no, leveling up makes a world of difference, as you can see. Have I ever told you how much I really hate bugs? Technically, the fortress worm is more akin to a serpent than your garden variety insect. Not too fond of snakes right now either. Can we just get out of here? I believe so. We have seen hide nor hair of Luvria here. I would wonder if Serate led us astray, but I sense no deception in his words. I mean, we got hung up by that worm snake thing. Maybe she's just gone on ahead of us. That is true. I believe south of here is a rest stop for travelers. Perhaps we can resume the trail there. Sounds good. Anything's better than staying here. You get a journal update about Luvria. And you also get fully healed because boss fight. I think I'm just going to make that a staple at this point. So, we also picked up a mana shroom, which gives us 5 more MP, which is great for Alanya. Steam is pissing me off and won't friggin' load. Aww. I'm still, by the way, sorry, I gotta point this out. I am still looking for more ideas for what stats to load down here. I cannot think of anything else that needs to go down here. I thought about the discoveries thing that Leo mentioned. That's a possibility. But I don't know what those discoveries would really be, so I'd have to think of those too. I do have a favor system with the characters, but I don't have a way to show off each person's favor. If I do achievements will be down there, but I haven't done achievements yet, so we'll see. But that could also be it too. Alright, so you could go down to the crossroads if you wanted, but we're actually going to go to the Swamp House, which is our next destination. The Swamp House. The smell of adventures wait within. Now let's go inside. Hey! Watch where you're going. Apologies. What a jerk. What the? What is the matter, Rain? That jerk who bumped into me. He robbed me. Then let us give chase after him. Rain, it is not like you to be so reserved about things like this. I just noticed the only thing that he took was that weird bent sword that we picked up after beating Serate. I don't even know why I was carrying that thing, to be honest. Honestly, he's welcome to it. Everything else is still here, and we've got more important things to do here, right? Actually, you know what? I'm going to change that dialogue slightly to be less clunky, and also have to change the color of that anyway. So that is not supposed to be 11. That's supposed to be 1. And there. Perfect. Alright. I am proud of you, Rain. Normally you would have insisted on chasing that man down and beating him into a bloody mess. I did not relish the thought of cleaning that up again. Yeah. Well, let's look around and see what we can find. Excuse me? What is it? Pardon my intrusion, but I hear you say you were robbed in my inn? Afraid so. By that guy who just dashed past me. It's no big deal, though. All he took was a crummy old bent sword. God damn it, the fucking same fucking thing. How many times did I use that? I think that's it. Okay, I think that's all the times I used it. I just fixed the second one, too. Oh dear, I am so terribly sorry for your loss. My loss? You heard me say the guy only stole junk, right? It's no big deal, really. Oh, no, miss. There's far more to items like that than meets the eye. Do you happen to see that woman over there with the horns? What about her? She's an Oni. They're like... Well, it would be rude to call them demons, but that's among the closest comparisons. Anyway, those of the Oni race wander the world searching for exotic items. Items like that bent sword you just lost. I already fixed that one. They trade for them, and they often have wonderful things to offer in exchange. Wait, really? Maybe I should have chased that guy down. I'm sorry about what happened. We don't exactly have the luxury of soldiers or knights anymore. As my way of making it better, allow me to put you and your friend up for the night. Oh, well, I can hardly say no to that. So in case you started fighting more things more after the boss fight, you get a free heal. You feel much better. If you'd like to know more about item trading, just ask that woman over there. Which actually does open up another side thing for us. You can talk to her. If you need something, we can ask her about trading. I'm on the hunt for weird and exotic items. They won't have much of a use to an adventurer like you, but my people prize them highly. You'll recognize them as they're all labeled as trade items, so you'll never mistake them. Once you've gotten a few of those, seek out anyone with horns on their head, and we'll see about trading for something neat. Sometimes you can even trade for items and equipment that are not available in shops. Is there anything else? And yeah, you can just pull up the trade menu. Now, Michelle, I mentioned this last time, and it's still something that I'm not clear on. This is Yanfly's synthesis shop, right? Is there a way to remove this? This is the only thing I don't want. I don't want a score of how many times you've created, or in this case, traded for a certain item out of the total, and I definitely don't want a percentage of how many things you've traded for, because these are meant to be completely optional. If you have a way to augment the code so this just doesn't show up, I couldn't find it. And I would love that. Because as it stands, like, everything else works fine. Like, you pick out the items you want to trade for, requested items, it tells you what you need, which is fine. It's just those scores that I don't want. I don't want them to be visible. I'm just testing the item cost thing, for sure. And then that's it. Just looking around. Sorry. Now, if you needed more equipment, you can also come over here and talk to this person. And if you needed a hint that that guy was there, you talk to the innkeeper. Ask about supplies. Oh, I actually never showed off the shop system yet in this video. So, talking to any shopkeeper will fade to black, bring up a background image of a shop, which I have a different pool of. I have a bunch of different ones. And then you have the option of which character, well, I guess not the option, but it randomly generates which character from your party is commenting on the stuff you're buying. Once again, this is another thing that I think Alex said she's going to look into it for me. But one more thing with the code, I don't know how to fix this. This is with MJSHI's NPC dialogue shop, which you might be familiar with. I'm not sure if you use this one at all, Michelle. I just want this space to be gone. Because, like, as you can see, herb fits perfectly fine in here. Potion, slightly more scrunched. Long bandage, incredibly squashed. And if the spacing could be down to here, that'd be fine. It would definitely fix this problem. I would also be super keen on not having key items appear as a selectable in here, but I can make my peace with that. But yeah, I would like to get rid of that space. I know why it's there, because if I have 10,000 herbs, it has to have a spot for those to go. But odds are, I'm pretty sure I put the item cap at 99 anyway, so it doesn't make any sense to have all this additional space. So that's another thing that I'd like to figure out. I just don't know how to do it. I know it's in the code somewhere. Damned if I could figure out where it is. It took me forever just to get the talk option off of this menu because it didn't work right. Anyway, let's buy some equipment. You can also ask about how different types of armor influence your stats, but I got add attacked while coding and my brain just failed. Oh, okay. So what I was saying was I'm using MJSHI's NPC dialogue shops, and I'm wondering if there's a way to get this space omitted so that items like long bandage don't feel as compressed and they have more room to spell out. Even if this wasn't a 2-line thing, like if it was just all in one box, that's fine. I would rather people scroll down like this than this where it's in 2 layers. And sadly, the menu editor doesn't work on... Does it? Because it didn't work before. Does it work now? Oh, wait. Maybe I can fix it myself. Can I do this? Oh, I can. Oh, damn it. It goes over there. That's not what I wanted. Never used that plugin, so I don't know. That's okay. I'm trying this right now. This might work. do that. I fixed it! I fixed it. So there's Super Tools Engine by some random dude. Actually works with this. I tried this before and it wouldn't work, but now it does. Yay! I'm not a fan of that. Why that box is there. Okay, now if I can only just get this thing to not show key items, I'd be in fucking business here. Because everything else is doing what I want it to do now. Man, this fucking plugin is awesome. Super Tools Engine, use it. It's making me, it's allowing me to customize this menu so well. What if I just get rid of that opacity? Do I lose anything for that? Do I have to reset that every single time, or does it save it? It looks like I have to save that every single time, but that's fine. Okay, so I can't do anything with that cutoff box, but that's fine. I wonder. So doing this is what does that. When did I change that to 2? Oh, it just does that. I don't need that, so that's fine. And then we do this, refresh that window. We do this. Refresh that window. Close. Yeah, this looks so much better than it was doing before. Oh, that's fantastic. I got your item cost to work. I'm just trying to get it to show the item icon in the cost window. Fantastic. This is like the only thing that I want to get rid of is that. I guess what I could do for this is just have it go here. And then what we do from there is like... Yeah. So like, yes, people could go over and view their key items here. But on this, like, it doesn't clutter this up, and you can't sell key items anyway, so at least it's out of the way. I don't mind that. I'd rather just these be the only functions you see in this menu. So I'm okay with that. I actually think that works a lot better. And I will live with that. That's actually... I didn't even realize I could use that plugin to that degree on somebody else's plugin and it still work. And we can sell the stuff that we don't need. Alright, so we already have a Crescent Axe, by composite bow, an extra shield, extra hat, and an extra bronze armor. There we go, sell the stuff we don't need. Actually, you know what? There is one more thing I want to do with this. Is it that? No. Is it that? No. Is it that? No. Is it that? Oh, that's not what I wanted. You go back over there. Is there no way to change the possession window? Oh, that's what I was looking for. 260. Oops. Okay, whatever I was doing made the words disappear. I don't want that, so we're gonna leave that alone. We're not gonna fuck with that menu. I also really need to buy some more actual sundries. And hold on a second, was that actually working the way it was intended? Oh, it is. So somehow I also managed to fix the fucking half-open message box, too. Oh, I'll bet you it was because I reset it. Oh, that's so good. Alright, cool. Let's continue the game. Get back. I'm warning you. Damn, she's in trouble. What does assist her? I don't know who you two are, but thanks. More on the way. Their armor. Rain, I believe these are the same goons we encountered in the tavern. The ones with Louvria? Wasn't that convenient? Oh, I could have just used Arcane Blast. I didn't realize I had a charge. Can't believe how determined those guys were. You two are real lifesavers. Yeah, about that. Care to explain what those guys wanted with you? I guess I do owe you that much. Can we talk inside? All this running for my life stuff has made me hungry. That is acceptable. Let us procure a table. Okay, so why don't we start with your name? Who are you, and why were those guys after you? My name is Micah Lindstrauss, and I'm a mage, or was anyway. What do you mean? It's all really kind of a blur, but I can remember taking a job escorting this guy across the Landquest continent. He was supposed to be real important, so he needed protection.
There was a whole group of us. We got along pretty well except for this one woman. She always steered clear of chatting with us or getting too chummy. She only ever talked about the guy we were guarding. Uh-huh. We must have been on the road for about a week and a half when it happened. We'd set up camp and settled in for the night, and then I think someone attacked us.
What do you mean you think someone did? That doesn't seem like the kind of thing you get wrong.
I'm saying I think it happened because I don't remember clearly. The best memory I have after that night is waking up in chains. It is all right. You are safe now. Please take a deep breath and continue. Well, after that, I didn't really see anyone from the group again. Except that really rude lady I mentioned before, that is. She was leading me and a bunch of those goons around in search of something. They never told me what they wanted.
You don't think...
I do, yes. Micah, would you describe this woman as a taller sort, with dark hair and an air of superiority about her? She would have wielded a strange and bizarre sort of power about herself.
If you mean she could shoot lightning out of her fingers, then yes, that sounds like her.
That's her. Her name is Luvria, and we've been after her for some time. We seek to learn the origins of her strange and dangerous abilities.
Wait, you guys are going after her? Really? That's the plan, yeah.
She attacked us a couple of days ago before taking off in a flash of light. Alanya here is worried about the imbalance she'll cause to the natural order, or something like that. Well, would you mind if I tagged along? I have some things I'd like to find out from her. Yes, about that. You said before you used to be a mage. What did you mean by that? Well, I used to be able to cast spells and stuff, and now I can't. My magic is all gone.
Wait, that can happen?
One does not simply lose the ability to utilize magic, no. Though I'm afraid that is but one more mystery on top of the rest. I fear the more we learn of this Luvria, the worse things look. But I would concur that you should join us. That seems for the best.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's great. Listen, I may not be able to use my magic anymore, but I can do other stuff. I'll be able to help out for sure.
And now, you can get a tutorial about that weird combat scenario we just had 2 seconds ago if you want. What do you mean?
Without my magic, my abilities in battle are limited, but somehow as a result of losing my powers, I've gained a new one. Using focus, I can absorb energy from the world around me. That energy stays stored in my body during combat, and I can use it offensively or defensively. With Absorb, I can turn the stored energy into healing for myself, and not only that, this also gives me a buff to my intelligence too. With Arcane Blast, I can turn the energy into a magical strike. Since so many enemies rely on their physical defenses, this is a good way to get around those and still deal damage. My body can only hold so much energy in it at one time, so I can only focus 3 times before using it.
Pretty neat, right? It's definitely something. I guess that stick of yours wouldn't do much good in a fight, huh? This is referring to the fact that Micah has no attack command. She can't attack in combat. Your only option is to use focus and then blast.
Oh, this?
No, this is more like a catalyst for casting spells.
It was common practice among the elders of my people to carry staves as a way to channeling their powers. As a result, their magic remained focused and powerful even as they increased in age and experience. Now, as those men were outside were pursuing you, am I to assume you were able to escape from Luvria recently?
Yes, actually. We were heading east across the bridge when I was able to break free and make a run for it. I think I heard something about Millhurst Castle the other day. Maybe that's where they were headed. A castle? I didn't think there were any left standing after the war. Kinda thought everyone just tore them down.
I believe Castle Millhurst is in such an ill state. It lies deep within the lands of Lanquest to the south. I wonder if perhaps that place might play a role in your own dilemma as well, Micah.
Hey, yeah, maybe. Well, finish your food and we'll head out. I don't want to let her get too far ahead of us. And now, we have a new character, a new quest, friend in need. Micah, a young mage we met at the Swamp House, has lost her memory. The only clue she has are a group she was with in the lands of Lanquest and the ever-elusive Luvria. Confront her about her connection and help her restore her memory. Let's see. Micah has not a lot of great stats, but her fucking intelligence stat is stupid high. It's 27 compared to Alanya's 13. Her spirit is also passively higher because she's got 5 more points without that. She also comes equipped with a simple robe, which is something that you wouldn't have access to at this point. Oh wait, no, I think you can buy a simple robe. Let me check real quick. I think you get a basic robe, but I can't remember if that's a simple robe or not. Yes, you can. You can buy a simple robe, so it's good for casting. The only thing you might want to buy is an iron shield for Micah, because the extra defense would be very useful to her. And nobody comes with growth points by default, and the reason I've set it up like that is I've balanced their initial stats around the stats they would logically have at this point. So you don't have to. Tut is also outside now.
Swamp House, Hawthorne content, land cut content. You can just get information about the surrounding areas or what you should buy before you leave and go across the high roads. So the Highlands are next. However, we're actually going to head back a little bit here. So she is totally useless without focus. For now, yes. Later on, she will get abilities that allow her to attack without even using focus, but she just can't mash attack. It doesn't do any good. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna get some money. Bet it all. Why would I hit? It's 21. I think that would give me 22. Cheating! Save scumming my way to the top of the money chain. Hold and hope you don't get really good numbers. Ah, shit. That didn't happen. Nobody saw nothing. Damn it. Forgot to clip it. Clip what? But yeah, I saw it, sir. Oh. No, you didn't. You saw nothing. Damn it. Where was that 9 a second ago? It would have been fucking perfect. Alright, I'll try one more time. I'm just trying to get to 3,000 because there's a really expensive item you can buy in the next area if you've got enough money. No, not that. I'm just gonna hold on that. Oh, we tied. I forgot about that. Asshole. Okay. Well, fuck it. I just won't get the item. Alright, down to the Highlands. Grasslands that connect Hothar and... Oh, I actually can't use that description. I just noticed that was, not gonna work. I need to fix that. Actually, okay, that might work. I'll change it from grasslands to paths. It's not going to show up on this because it's already been added to our map. So there's no way for me to get around it, but I'll check it on the next playtest. I never caught that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure reducing this word to paths will fix that spacing. Hey! Damn it! How am I supposed to catch that guy? Yeah, because we can't jump this. Also, he has taken all the treasure of this area. What a dick. Mercifully, he didn't come down this way. We get a Hermal Remedy and a potion. Hey, aren't they dressed a lot like Louvria's goons? They are, yes. I wonder if our quarry is near. I don't know, I heard some of those jerks talking about how some of their band cut and run. They might be some of the deserters. Well, regardless, they're in our way. You know what? Honestly, go ahead. Go ahead and blind Micah. She doesn't need her eyes to cast spells. But they do have Pumpkin Bomb Juniors, which is bad. Pumpkin Bomb Juniors are, like, the Pumpkin Bomb item does 100 damage, right? It's a guaranteed 100, but I felt that was too strong to give enemies, so I gave them a exclusive junior variant of the item, which does a flat 25 damage. I thought that would be the most fair. And because the dialogue of running into these thieves already happened last time, we don't need to see it again. This one's mine? Yeah, this is mine. Yeah, this is the game that I've been working on. That I've been posting screenies of on the Discord and whatnot. It was, yes. I legitimately could not think of a better name for a while, and then after a while I just got like, yeah, you know what? It fits the character. Uh-oh. What do you mean, uh-oh? Those slime things are really, really strong against physical strikes. You'll have to hold it off while I charge up Arcane Blast. If that is what we must do, we shall keep you protected while you prepare. Because, yeah, if you go to hit it, you ain't doing much. It has, like, a fucking 70 or 80% chance to, or damage reduction on physical. It's definitely not worth your time. But it does die to a 2-focus Arcane Blast. So you only have to focus twice to kill it. No, it was 100% intentional. I know what I'm doing. Yes, Leo, that is the joke. Got a Revitalizer, and... So, I know Michelle will know who this character is supposed to be because she played my other game, but in my other game, Emberheart, I had this little goblin guy who would follow you around to different areas and dungeons and try to sell you overpriced goods. And then, he would also have a rare weapon each time you encountered him. And if you bought all those rare weapons, he would appear later on and give you a big side quest for, like, because you accumulated so much favor with him. He'd be like, hey, there's this rare treasure I want to go get. You guys want to come with me? So, SOD draws his windows weird. That's fair. So yeah, that's that. But now his, since I didn't have a good goblin sprite, that goblin, who used to be named Gobby, has become Nibble the Mouse Man. Hello, Bag. I'm sorry. What did you just call me? I called you Bag. You're a human, aren't you? And humans carry the golden bags. Since your gold is what I'm after, to me, you're a bag. So how's it going, Bag? I think I'm gonna hit her now. A moment, Rain. There may be more to this than mere offense. Miss Mouse, what may I ask is your purpose here? You can call me Nibble, and I be a merchant by trade. I deal in supplies and nifty things for bags like yous. So that is the way of it. Bag means little beyond a potential mark for salesmanship. So that's a no to the hitting her thing, then. You bags won't be laying on a finger on Pole Nibble if you ever want these deals. And believe you me, you want these deals. I guess there's no harm in looking, right? The blue-haired girl has brains, she does. Step inside me tent and have a look-see at these. So now you can see that Nibble actually sells items that are not available anywhere else. She also won't buy things from you. Like, you can't. She's not here to give you money. She's here to make money. But these are exclusive trade-only items that you can only get through stealing really random drops in battle or mystery bags, or lucky tickets, which are used as a currency for most of the mini-games in the game. Now, Blackjack costs money to play. The other mini-game that's in the game
requires lucky tickets in order to play. And most of the other minigames that I'm coding in later will also require lucky tickets as their currency. In fact, if you look at the main menu screen, there are 2 currencies. This is the second currency. This stuff is expensive. They be priced fair and true, or are you not aware how much them Oni folk prize these trinkets? While I do not agree with this, the logic is sound. These items are not normally obtained through shops. What a smart bag the elf girl is. And because she's so smart, I'm going to show you something real special. Have a look at this. Hold on, was that an axe? Yes, indeedy. A fine axe to it, if I say so myself. I calls it the fire sickle. It can be yours for a low, low price. And just what is this low, low price you keep going on about? Why, today I be letting this prize go for a measly pittance. Only 3,000 gold and she be yours. 3,000 gold? That does seem rather high. But rare weaponry is hard to come by. Honestly, I just got here, so I don't think I have a say in how we spend our money yet. So, as you can see, I don't actually have enough money for this, but if you try anyway, what are the odds you let me put it on credit? You taking me for a rube? Come back with the coin, then we can talk. So the fire sickle is a very, very good weapon. It's the next weapon in Arena's lineup, but you're not supposed to have access to it normally. I believe it has attack of 20, so it's double what this is. It also does fire elemental damage instead of physical, and it has a 45% chance to inflict burn when it hits things. It's really good at this point in the game. You will be chewing through baddies with it. And there's nothing stopping you from going back to the tavern and just earning the money for it. If you really, really want. Actually, I think I'm going to give that to Alanya. She could use more mana. And also, the other thing we picked up there is an arcane text, which gives +1 to intelligence. Now, normally you'd give that to Micah, but because Arcane Blast is her only magic attack, you could also consider giving it to Alanya, because her intellect is way smaller. You just called her stupid. It's a way smaller stat, but her healing is directly proportional to her intelligence stat. So if you don't have a high int, your healing is not that great. Now, it is not meant to be your main heal. Your main heal will come later with a different character, but it's still something to think about. We also picked up a dingy trinket at some point, which is a tradable item to get accessories. Yeah, so now you start running into enemies more frequently that have high magic attack as opposed to high physical. Because up until this point in the game, nearly everything has been coming at you with physical strikes. So this is your introductions like, hey, now you have access to magic. Well, guess what? The enemies are going to start using that too. And apparently they are going to target Alanya and only Alanya. Why? I don't know. It's funny, because in the priority targeting, she has, I think, 10% less chance to be targeted than Arena does, and Micah has like a 5% less chance. Something like that. I did give everyone distinct target priorities in percentages to make them feel a little bit more unique. There's also some money over here. I definitely meant to save before this fight. Oh well. What the? That man is in trouble. That man is trouble, you mean? I'm pretty sure that's the guy who robbed me. I do not relish the thought of abandoning him to his fate. But what do you want to do, Rain? See, now this is your first introduction to getting points with your allies. You can build up favor by the choices that you make. You can't lose it through choices. You'll just not gain the extra points. But after enough favor points have been obtained with them in camp, you can access certain side quests, and sometimes they'll even learn abilities that way. So it's always nice to go for the abilities, but I still give the player the control over not going that route if they just want to be an asshole. They are more than welcome to do that. This could also be used for challenge runs where you don't want all the side quests and abilities too. Thief or not, we can't leave him to die there. Let's help him. Hang on, we're coming. I wasn't expecting backup, but you've my thanks. Oh no, another one! But we're surrounded. Leave this one to me. I will cover our flank while you strike. You got a name, thief? Rigel. And sorry for this. Great. Without Alanya, what are we supposed to do if we need healing? I have a few herbal remedies that may suffice. They're yours if you need them. So now we have access to a new character named Rigel, who's our thief. He has Steal, which allows you to swipe items, gold, or equipment from enemies if they're holding it. Tackle, which does damage and also deals damage. It also does chance to stagger, which makes the enemy waste their turn. Or Dirty Fighting, which throws dirt and sand in their eyes to give them blindness. Which is really useful against these guys because they all use physical attacks. So being able to easily dodge those definitely helps with damage mitigation. Now they're not all. It's not a guaranteed blind, but these enemies are rather vulnerable to it. And I think it's like an 80% chance normally anyway. Let's just start stealing. Damn it! I got the steal animation based off of Final Fantasy VI's way of stealing. So if it looks familiar, it's because it's supposed to look like how Locke does it in FF6. Now, enemies do have multiple things to steal a lot of the time. They'll also all have gold to steal. The gold is proportional to how much they have to drop, times 2. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. So basically, if they're going to drop you 40 gold, you can steal 80 gold off of them. Stuff like that. There we go. Those beasts struck out of nowhere. I've never heard of creatures so dangerous in the Highlands before. Yeah, well, maybe they were attracted by the scent of stolen goods. Rain, were you not the one who said that all he took was a piece of junk anyway? That was before I knew it was worth anything! I see. You're the woman from the swamp house. The fact that you helped me is even more confusing now. Well, it's not in me to leave someone to die like that, even if you are a thief. Regardless, Oh no, another one! That one appears to be much greater in size and ferocity than the rest. Must be the alpha of the pack. If that thing doesn't rip us to shreds, I'll return what I stole from you. Geez, look at the size of that thing. It will require more than our usual tactics to bring it down, I fear. Well, there's 4 of us and only 1 of him. Agreed. If we switch our available allies throughout the battle, we should stay ahead of it and emerge victorious. That's a good idea. So if we need to tag in another fighter, just scroll down the action list and select switch. Let's do this. So basically what that means is now everyone can do this, and we can just... Oh, we need a Lanya? Oh, shit, we need a thief? Like, boom. Combat works. It took me so long to get this working the way I wanted it to, and I'm so happy with it now. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to blind this bitch. Okay, well, that didn't work. We're going to try and blind that bitch. He just failed. Because, yeah, he's strong. He hits hard. I don't have any battle items that work on this guy. Can you put him to sleep? There we go. Alright, cool. Let's just steal from Molly to sleep. There we go, got him blinded. So Confuse works like it does in Pokemon in this game now. I've got it set up. The werewolf can be in sunlight. Well, he's a lupine, so he's less a werewolf and more of like a big-ass warg. So Confuse works a little differently in this. It actually has a chance of just failing and you just do a physical attack. Now, mercifully, it didn't fail me there because I had 3 focus stacks. But, oh no, we got a party member who's confused. Let's heal. And even more than that, he's in the Windows XP wallpaper. It's not the Windows XP wallpaper, but I do love that you went there. I'd like to... Oh, no. I'm gonna have to go through at some point and get screenshots of everything that I want to show off. Now, blinding him will basically neuter his attack pattern because everything is physical, but I did also plan for him to, whenever he's blinded, he has a chance of using that Newberry Bush ability, which gives him a decent heal. It's like his magic attack times 8 or something, because his magic attack is shit, and also removes blindness. So he'll use that whenever he has blindness equipped to him, so if you spam it too much, he'll just heal, but he also doesn't heal a ton. So you can still balance it out by just continuously blinding him when he gets free. It's overall not meant to be a hard boss fight. He hits hard, but if you're using blindness or you're healing appropriately, he shouldn't be a problem. But again, this is implying that the players will get a new character, look at that new character's abilities, and then figure out why they have those abilities at that time. You know, standard RPG design that some people are probably not going to catch. Oof. That was a big hit. Oh well, he's dead. I hope that was the last of them. Traditionally, when the alpha has been felled, the pack will abandon the hunt. That is, of course, unless the prize is worth the risk. And by prize, you mean... us? No, thanks. I'm nobody's dinner. No one here is grievously wounded, so I would imagine they won't risk it. As promised, here is the item I stole from you. I appreciate your timely aid, all of you. You know, looking at this thing, getting angry over it feels really... petty. But when I trade it for something good, I'll feel much better. I wish you the best with that, though I warn you that one bent sword will not amount to much. I have to change that dialogue over to blue as well. There we go. Huh? To get anything of real value, you need more than one. Much more than one. Why do you think I took yours? You did all this for nothing? Did she forget the reason we came this way? She's having a moment. You will get used to it. Anyway, what are you going to do now? Me? I shall continue hunting items like that, I suppose. I have need of stronger weaponry if I'm to accomplish my task. Indeed. Well, that is of no concern of ours. However, before you venture off, may I trouble you with an inquiry? We are seeking a woman named Luvria, a dark-haired woman with a peculiar magical talent. She leads a gang of rogues and brigands, and we're supposedly traveling this way. Have you seen them? And what, if I may ask, is your intention when you catch up with her? We're gonna wring her scrawny neck for all the trouble she's put us through. Is that so? Then I would ask that you allow me to assist you. She's a dangerous one, and not to be taken lightly. You want to help us? Why? This Luvria stole something very important to me. I aim to reclaim it. Wait, she stole something from you? A thief? I am aware of the irony, yes, but I assure you I will reclaim my possession, regardless of your help. Nevertheless, it would be faster together, don't you agree? I would concur with that approximation, yes, provided the others have no objections. I'm okay with it. The more the merrier. Rain, what are your thoughts? Just don't touch any of my stuff anymore, okay? I wouldn't dream of it. Then shall we be on our way?
So wait a minute. Where do we go now? There's a camp just outside of Fogon Woods. I know a guy there who trades information. He might be able to point us in the right direction. And now we have access to the party menu. So we can switch in Rigel whenever we want. Or Alanya. I'm going to switch back to these three for the time being. Actually, no, I'm going to keep Rigel in and we'll just keep Mike out for the time being. We've also got another leather tunic, which is great. Oh, so it wasn't working? You got my thing working? Sweet! Actually, here, send it my way. We'll try it out right now. Like, send it through, like, Discord or something, and then I'll give it a shot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into this, and we're gonna do stat distribution. We're just gonna copy. We're gonna stick it there for now. Your plugin settings may or may not keep. Sending now. Sounds good. I'll take a look. Okay. That. Grab this. This. Replace. Alright. Take a look at it. Item ID. So let's make the item. Load it in the plugin manager. I changed one of the params. Okay. What did you change? Because it kept all my settings, which is good. That's what I wanted. It just, I can see now, it just allows for items instead of this. I just have to make the item now. Where was it? I had one. There it is.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
And that's gonna be 119. Thank you so much for the resub, Hal. How are you today? This item is item 100. And we'll add a dummy view here. Gives you say four of them. Okay, let's leave. So now oh, that's right, we're not done yet. I completely forgot the dungeon wasn't over yet. Well, we'll go back in a second. What do you mean a safety net?
I can handle stupid people.
You can always handle stupid people. I know, dear, but you can do it. In case, so wait, what happens if they try to do it without the item in their stock? Does it just use it anyway? Wouldn't that just be a conditional branch of, like, if player has item X? So whenever you have Rigel in your party, if you see these weird stick things, you can use them to traverse areas that you couldn't normally get to. In this case, we can get the Plague Mask, which allows us to be immune to poison. Yeah, no, definitely you need to fix that then, because that won't work. Well, even if you can't disable it altogether if the item's not in the inventory, just being able to not, like... Yeah, just being able to not do it and confirm it is fine with me if you can't get the other way. Like, obviously that's a better way to do it, but... So now, the Seaside Shack is... the Fogon Camp and Seaside Shack are the two new areas that you can go to. But let's go back to the party camp right now. So we're going to see this fucking cat-looking dude here. Let's take a look at the growth menu. Yeah, you're right. It'll just let you do it, because I definitely don't have any. Also, is there a way to make it so the icon comes before the number? And, like, there's a space in between them? Like, reset cost, icon, space, number? Can you do that? Yeah, yeah, and then like a little space because it looks too smashed right now. Actually, you know what? No, let's do it like this. See, no, do it exactly like this. You see how upgrade cost is? So there's like upgrade cost, then a space, and then the item. Do it that way because it looks very different now. By having it here, and then like it's on the far right of the box, and then over here it's on the far left. Just make it match the top one. That would look better, I think. Sure. In the meantime, we will head to the new area. Well, actually, let's check out Seaside Shack, since it's an optional area. I came here in search of supplies, but there's no shop or anything around here. Hey again, what do you want to know about? Seaside Shack. When folks started heading out to sea, the need for a place to lay port and arrange rides became a necessity. Thus, the Seaside Shack was born. Here, you can pay for a pass that will let you sail out to visit Hokai Island, out there to the north. There may be other places you can travel as well, but that's the standard destination. If you're looking to set sail, head on inside and see about getting yourself a pass. Once you have it, you can depart whenever you'd like. Hokai Island. It's a small island to the north of here, out in the ocean. While it's not nearly as cold as the frosty northern continent, I'd still advise you to dress warmer than usual. The island itself is home to one of the largest standing settlements in existence, Vin. The folks who've settled there are a happy and prosperous sort, and welcoming to just about anyone. You won't find too many monsters or other creatures out that way, so think of it more as a place to go and relax than to fight. Sometimes we all need a break, right? That's your minigame island. How to use Party Switch. Starting to get a little crowded in your group, eh? Well, that's no problem. With the power of Switch, you'll always have the right solution for any enemy. While in combat, you can use the character's turn to swap them out for another fighter. This does not waste their turn, so use it whenever you want. To find the command, simply scroll down the action list. It's at the bottom beneath the item command. This can be especially handy if someone is hurt or inflicted with a nasty status ailment, as they won't take damage when swapped out. And as a bonus, they'll still gain an EXP. Don't forget about this feature, as it's the cornerstone of any good adventure. Always be swapping. And then, stealing. While it's not something I'd normally condone, stealing can actually be quite useful in combat. For starters, there are items that many enemies carry that they simply won't drop when they're beaten. These can even include rare trade items. Next, it's possible to actually obtain equipment this way, and it may even be better than what is sold in nearby shops. Finally, gold can be stolen alongside items and equipment. Sometimes you never know what you're going to get. The only piece of advice I have for you is don't give up. Every enemy has something to swipe. You just have to keep at it. And that's all there is to stealing. Yeah, sadly, there is no ship right now. I'm sorry, but the ferry to Hokai Island isn't running at the moment. You'll have to come back later. Please don't touch that. It's important. And even if it wasn't, it's not yours, you know? There's talk of a group running around LandQuest pressing folks into joining them. I don't want no part of that, so the faster I can get to Hokai Island, the better. Doesn't matter if the ship's running or not, this place still has the best booze around. I heard the ferry ran into some trouble out on the water, and that's why they won't let no one ride it no more. Wonder if that's true. I've been up to Hokai quite a few times. It's so nice there, but now the ferry is down. What a shame. Just a small little area to give your character somewhere to wander to for right now. It will be important later because this port, like I said, is going to take you to this island later on. So you'll need to know about it there. For right now, let's go to Fogon Camp. We'll get information from Margrave. Margrave? It's his name. He trades information. Don't start nothing in camp here. We're not a group you want to make enemies out of. You know, I hear tell there's fairy critters in the woods. I ain't seen them myself. My friend's brother's half-cousin did. And there's another trade person. Hey again, what do you want to know about? You can learn about this place. This camp was first created as a checkpoint before entering into Fogon Woods. It allows travelers to resupply before the trek. Traders come and go from here whenever the mood strikes them, heading north to Hothar and further west towards Ketterberg beyond the woods. As it stands, this place is always home to at least an item shop, an armory, and usually a game to play or two. Check with the others to find out what they've got. The one thing you always have to remember about this place is to not start any trouble, or else it's a long walk back to the swamp house for items. Was there anything else? Go out the woods. The forest is huge! Oh. The forest huge. Yeah, clearly I know how to write. Let's try the forest is huge, Mike. If English is your language you speak. What do we got? Memes. Like really huge. You can be lost in there for days, so make sure you got lots of supplies. Well, okay, it's not quite that bad, and as long as you stick to the marked trails, it's much easier to traverse. If you're headed that way, keep an eye out for Mygon Lake. It's deep in the forest, but it's a beautiful sight to behold. As for the forest itself, it's a natural habitat for all sorts of critters, especially magical ones. It's unwise to travel through that place without a good boost to your spirit. Be sure to pick up a good hat before you go. Is there anything else? Party switching and stealing, and then there is a mini-game tutorial here. Let's look about Wuxing. Wuxing is a game of the very elements themselves. Think of it only as a triangle theory sort of thing, but with 5 elements. To begin, you'll need at least 1 lucky ticket in order to play. Most gamblers who offer this game will let you play as much as you want with only 1 ticket. Now let's have a look at the board. Don't be intimidated, it's actually very simple to understand. The object of the game is to amass the most points at the end of 7 rounds. Each round pits an element of your choosing against one chosen by your opponent. If you're unsure what element beats what, there's a helpful key in the bottom left of the screen that tells you each element has 2 strengths and 2 weaknesses. The element you've chosen beats the opponent chosen by your opponent, you get a point. Likewise, if your opponent is the victor of the round, they're the one who gets the point. If any of your elements are victorious in a round, they become powered up for the rest of the game. This is represented by a star symbol. Winning around with a powered up elemental nets you 2 points instead of just 1. Neat! Remember, the goal is to have the biggest point total by the end of the round. By the end of round 7. Do that and you win. And that's all there is to Wuxing. So let's go play it. Well, actually, we need lucky tickets to play it, so let's cheekily get some lucky tickets. Well, actually, we can find out about lucky tickets from this guy. Only 1 lucky ticket to play as much as you want in one sitting. How do I get lucky tickets? They're not something that can be bought easily, so you'd best look beyond your typical shops in search of them. I've heard it said the easiest way to find them is by obtaining mystery bags from fights, as they seem to pop up in all those all the time. So it's all a matter of luck to even find one of these things? Why do you think they're prized so highly? They ain't easy to get. So we playing or what? Well, I don't have any lucky tickets. Let's play. Sure, let's do it. You need a lucky ticket in order to play. So, what we're going to do is we've actually got some mystery bags, and they've got a high chance of dropping from those. Let's just open the mystery bags up. It contains shiny snow. That's not what I needed. White powder. It's not what I needed. I have to go through and sort all of these still, too. Lucky ticket. Perfect. Alright, let's play. So mercifully, I wasn't able to set this in such a way that you need a ticket to play every single game, because I would have if I could have, but the coding is not covered for a currency. So I just did it so if you pay him one ticket, you can play as much as you want. So, Waxing. Let's start with fire. They chose earth. Fire creates earth, so you win. Yay! Yeah, because see, if you look over here in the bottom left, fire, good against metal and against earth. These are also the 5 elements that I based this game's elemental system on, too. Opponent chose wood. Water nourishes wood, so you win. Yep, see, water beats fire and wood. Metal. Opponent chose water. Metal collects water, you win. Metal beats water and wood. I'm going to try powered up element. Choose fire. Choose metal. Fire melts metal, you win. And let's try wood. Opponent chose wood. It was a tie. Try wood again. Chose water. Water nourishes wood. Opponent wins. It's okay, I'm still ahead. It's 1 to 5 right now. Metal chops wood. You win. See? I win. Simple as that. It's a fun little game. I haven't found a way to implement it so you can get prizes out of it or anything. Right now, this is a minigame that exists solely for the fun of it. It does not have any monetary gain or prizes, because I think that's something that's in the code, because once you quit, it just cuts the event. It doesn't have any dialogue, it doesn't have any trees for winning, it doesn't have any ways to make the game have a cost. So I had to kind of hard code that myself. So that's where we're at with Waxing. But that's the other minigame that's in the game right now. There's also an armory here, but I don't have a lot of money. So let's just go over here and talk to this guy. If we try talking to the side, it brings us down here. You need something? Yeah, tell Margave that Rigel would like a word with him. Wait here. What kind of person is this Margave? The kind that wouldn't thrive in a world that still had knighthoods and soldiers running about. He is, however, our best shot at finding Louvria with any sort of pace. You think he'll help us? It's not a question of if he will, it's a question of how much it'll cost us. You're clear to enter. No funny business. You know the drill. So, my dear Rigel, what can I do for you on this fine day, I'm ready to go after that witch I told you about before. I need to know where she is. My word, already? Why, wasn't it just last week you were looking for some information on some manner of weapon to kill her? Do you mean to say you found one already? No, I found something else instead. Allies who will help me bring her down. I believe that will suffice. Against a woman you claim can conjure thunder and lightning to her fingertips? Do you truly feel these 3 women will be enough? I'm not so sure. And what is that supposed to mean? Reina, please let me handle this. It will be enough, of that I am sure. Do you know of her location? You know, I just may, Rigel, my boy, I just may. But I believe you know how this game is played, yes? There is a price to be paid? I'm aware, yes. What would you ask in return for her location? Well, since you've asked so nicely, I shall enlighten you. It is a paltry thing, really. You see, there's this girl I've had my eye on for quite some time now. I don't like the sound of that. Me neither. Hey, what do you mean? Reina, please. Is there a problem, Rigel, my boy? No, it is nothing. Please continue. Yes, well, her name is Esclaef, and she is simply the most divine dancer I've ever laid eyes on. She was performing here in camp not long ago, and I haven't been able to get her out of my mind since. Find her, bring her to me, and I shall tell you whatever you wish to know of your Thunder Witch. But what if... Honorable Lord Margave, may I propose to you a question? My, such exquisite manners. You may ask me whatever you wish, my pet. If we should indeed embark on this quest, and do as well find this Esclaef, what are we to do if she is indisposed or unable to join us? As a traveling performer, it is within the confines of reality to imagine she may be unable to accompany us to see you. My dear, you have such a way with words, but if you are asking me how you should make the girl return to me, why that is up to you to decide. I am but a humble taskmaster. I leave the finer details to you. Just see that she is brought to me, and you shall have your information. Very well. Hang on, we need to talk about this first. There's little to discuss if you wish to find Louvria, or did you have another clue as to her whereabouts? So, you can talk about the castle that Micah mentioned earlier, or you can keep silent. Now, mentioning the castle will adhere you a little bit more to Rigel, because you're kind of confiding in him. Remaining silent
will adhere you more to Alanya, who knows there's other people in the room who are listening to this conversation, and you should definitely not drop information willy-nilly. So we're just going to remain silent. No, got nothing. I apologize, Margave. We will seek out this dancer for you. Have you any idea which way she traveled from here? Oh, but of course. She should be headed for Ketterberg next, the largest colony in all of Landquist. Ketterberg. Very well. I know the way. We shall seek her out. My thanks to you, Margave. Well then, shall we? Let's head back to camp for the night first. It's been a long damn day. Don't worry about the cat guy over here. He's just here to test out that event once Michelle's done. Okay, Rigel, what the hell was that about? Nope. I need to have the word we in that. That needs to go... Event. There we go. If we are to find the witch, we need that information. Landquist is huge, and with Fogon Woods spanning most of it, tracking her ourselves is near impossible. Finding a performer in a city, by contrast, will be much easier. Except that it's not easy at all. Or did you forget we're being asked to kidnap a person? I don't want to kidnap anyone. All of you need to calm down. We're not kidnapping anyone, but I couldn't refuse right there in front of Margave, could I? If you are not planning to go along with his task, then what is your alternative? I'm still working on that part, but at least now we have an opening to work with. Great, so there's no plan at all. This was a great use of our time. Actually, I believe the plan would be best unchanged. We should seek out this dancer. What? But Alanya... The natural order of the world is at risk. Compared to that, this is of little consequence. I believe if we find this Esclaeth and explain our position, she will be amicable and join us. Okay, there is no way that works. I suppose it couldn't hurt to try. If nothing else, Ketterberg is a good place to visit anyway. It's the largest city in Landquist. Or the only city, I guess. But there are many merchants there to stock up with. I'd also like to go to Ketterberg. I have a feeling it's important. Well, as long as we're not kidnapping anyone, I'm fine with it. Rigel, you said you know the way? Indeed. The road takes us around Fogon Woods and should be an uneventful walk. Well, that's good at least. Let's get some rest then. We can head out at first light. Also, throughout the game, if you're checking back here at camp, there are actual dialogue options with all the characters that will change. But, and we can check out, we have a new quest, a Dancer's Grace. In exchange for information about Louvria, we've been tasked with finding a traveling dancer named Esclaeth. A man named Margave has become infatuated with her and wants her brought to him. Seek her out. I need to fix the code for that, which is fine. I can do that right here. Quest Journal, Dancer's Grace, rewards. Boop. Fix. There's just one half bracket that got missed. Did you require something, Rain? So, she will ask you, or remind you how you can change your party in case you missed Toot. And also, I'm going to start having her tell you where is the best place to go and level up if you, based on where you are in the game. So, right now, if you say this, she'll talk about the Highlands, because we just cleared the Highlands. Monsters out there are getting tougher. Where's a good place for us to train? I would recommend returning to an area we've recently passed through. In this case, the Highlands. As we've already conquered the wolves there, I believe we can handle whatever else it has to offer. It's a good idea. Thanks, Alanya. Certain dialogues are completely optional. If you want to find out what's going on with Micah, you can ask her, or you can just ignore it. And same thing with Rigel. So, if you come back here right after he joins you, and before you talk to Margave, he'll actually say thanks for trusting him, and you can choose to spit in his face or not. Basically, if you're like, you know what, forgive and forget, you get a point with him, and if you're like, no, it wasn't my pick, they overruled me, he'll be like, well, I'm not here to screw you over, I'm here to help. And she's like, uh-huh. So, you get your own control over the dialogue. May I ask you a question about Alanya, Arena? Sure. What's up? She appears to be your opposite in nearly every way. I'm wondering how the two of you became friends. So, you can spare him the explanation and your own self, or you can tell him how you met and get a point for it. We've been friends for about 5 or 6 years now, always traveling on the road together, taking odd jobs when we need. We really are different, like you said. She's quiet and always thinking, and I'm... Okay, wait. Let me rephrase that. Anyway, I met her on the road after she parted ways from her people. I'm not really at liberty to explain all that, mind you, but we've been together since then. I think she was
I think I was interesting to her at first, since she'd never been around humans before. Even now, she's still working hard to understand a lot of what makes us who we are. I have noticed that she spends much of her time here in camp writing things down or observing Micah and myself. Don't take it personally, you're new. She's trying to figure you guys out, that's all. No offense was taken, I assure you. It was merely something I noticed. For what it's worth, I'm glad she's around. Me too. I wouldn't trade her for the world. And that's the dialogue here. Ketterberg is quite large. Ooh, I have to give you a color code for that. Because that's a location name. Which means it gets written in green. Alright, get him away. So now, we actually are able to go to Ketterberg, which is the largest city in all of Lanquist. It has an inn, an item shop, and an armory. So, where do we start looking? The tavern would be a good bet. Reina. I'm serious, she's probably there. So, this is the batch of maps that I've been working the longest amount of time on recently, which is the main city. So, before we start talking to people, let's go looking around. So, from the main gates, which are here, you can leave this way. You can go up. There's a pub on the right, which we can't go into right now, and an inn on the left. Certain NPCs are coded just to appear, just to walk around to give the impression that this place is actually very big. On the right-hand side, there's an armory and a guy who deals in battle items. Like poison darts, tiny shivs, little torches, spicy candies, music boxes, shock tonics, stuff like that. He does that. And then there's also your trading minigame is over here too. Now, at this point in the game, since there are 3 other NPCs who all explain how trading works, I have thus removed the dialogue to ask them how trading works going forward. Solely just because it's annoying for the player to have to consistently say, like, I know this every time. Going off to the left of the map takes you over to the barracks and the item shop down here. Which, some of the shops actually do have interiors now, as opposed to just being menus. I figured if there's going to be any place in the entire game that should have interiors for their shops, it should be the biggest town. And then up here is a little fountain area. With a way up to the wall, a camper over here, a weapon shop here, and I haven't decided what's going to be in this house yet. Because I don't want to, because all the houses that are marked with a pink door like this are just unavailable. Like, I don't want to you can't go into every single house, because that's just, one, it's unneeded maps, and it's unneeded traversing, and it's wasting time for the player. Effectively, it's too much, but I don't want every house to be like that, so this is not going to be a shop, but I haven't figured out what it's going to be yet. Go into the shop. Look at the size of that axe! Also, all the shopkeepers are really snippy if you try to go behind their counter. Can I logically get an afforded gaming laptop instead of a computer? Technically, depending on what you want to play it on. Yes, well, why don't you step around the counter and try this again, They will not sell you things if you go behind their counter. Oh, I fucked up that door. Let's fix that. That door led me outside the weapon shop, or the item shop for some reason. Let's fix that. Boom, 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 fixed. There we go. Yeah, sorry, the door, I usually use the same events to just copy-paste, and then I just change them. I just forgot to change that one. If you talk to this gentleman over here, he gives you a little bit of a history lesson. The 4 pillars were once a symbol of King Millhurst. After he tragically passed away and the castle was abandoned, they were rebuilt here as a reminder of what we once were. And you can actually ask about the pillars. What do the pillars mean? They stand for the same things King Millhurst did. Pride, strength, compassion, and justice. He was one of the fairest rulers the land ever knew. I find standing here among the 4 pillars very relaxing. See, now, interestingly enough, if you actually go to the inn and talk to Toot, you'll get a slightly different history lesson. Ketterberg. Largest settlement in the world. Size and defenses attract peoples from across the globe. Because of its close proximity to Castle Millhurst, the Shining Knights have taken up positions here and defend the city from any threats that arise. Markets and vendors here are second to none and are always getting new stock. If there's ever a place to do all your shopping, it's here. You can ask about the Shining Knights, who are the guardians of the patrols. The soldiers around here are all descendants of the ones who used to serve King Millhurst before he died. As a result of that, they're fiercely loyal to each other and will seldom allow others to join their ranks. Despite that, they are generally kind to the civilians around and welcome to new merchants looking to shill their wares. Sadly, One of King Milhurst's prime tenets was a disparaging of elven people, and some of the soldiers here still share those sentiments, so be careful. And then you can ask about the king. To some, King Milhurst was a benevolent ruler, fair and just to all. And to others, he was a tyrant and an oppressor of the elven people. Much of the truth has been lost to history, but it seems to be a mixture of both. He was a good ruler to his subjects, and was able to keep peace in his lands easily enough with his legion of shining knights. The elves, however, were not as fortunate in their dealings with him, as he all but forbade their kind from traversing his lands. From what I can tell, the reason for his hatred for them has been lost to time. He didn't hear this from me, but there was even once talk that it was the elves themselves who had the king assassinated. Isn't that wild? So yeah, like, a lot of the dialogue or world building is completely optional if you don't feel like going through it. But I just felt like little flavor text here and there. So there's not much left to where the demo is finished right now, but we do have a bit of a side mission we can do. Well, it's a main quest mission, but it's like a side thing to do a main quest mission. So let's go do that. I'm afraid you can't go in right now, folks. Into the tavern? Why? What if I'm thirsty? I apologize for the inconvenience, but the captain is inside, and until he said otherwise, only members of our troops are permitted within. Well, isn't that just great? What's so damn important that we can't go in there? Well, you didn't hear this from me, but I think he's smitten with the traveling dancer who's been performing here recently. She's only in town for a few days, so I guess he's just trying to spend as much time around her as possible. Again, I'm really sorry I can't let you in, but he said soldiers only. Alright. Guess we'll come back later. Reina, could we stop by at the inn? I have a thought. And that just kind of prompts you to have to go to the inn next. Really sorry about this. Such a stupid reason to hold up a place of business. Room for 4 with meals? That'll run you 160 gold. What do you think? Allow me. I'll cover this one. Thank you very much, sir. Let me show you to your room. Okay, so... What's up, Rigel? Why'd you want us to stop here? Something that soldier outside the bar gave me an idea. I believe I know how to get us inside. Really? How? He was very adamant that his captain instructed him to only allow soldiers to enter, right? Well, what if we... You wish for us to steal uniforms and pass ourselves off as soldiers, correct? I'm really not used to people being so accepting of these things, but yes, that was my plan. Hold on, you're okay with this, Alanya? If it will help expedite our goal, I believe it to be an acceptable risk. However, this gambit may well require more subterfuge than I possess. You may have a point. And from what I know of Ketterberg history, they're descendants of Milhurst soldiers. Why does that matter? King Milhurst was notorious for his dislike of the elven race. It is unlikely he would have allowed any of my kind to serve him. Oh. I'm sorry, Alanya. It is irrelevant now. I would believe it best if I remain behind so as not to expose our true natures. Agreed. Plus, if something goes wrong, it'd be useful to have someone on the outside waiting. Could I possibly wait with Alanya? I'm not comfortable with the sneaking stuff either. I suppose. Reina, what about you? Oh, I'm going for sure. No one keeps me out of a tavern. Besides, someone has to make sure you don't actually kidnap someone in there. Right. Well then, we should focus on finding a place to pick up soldier uniforms. Logic would dictate that an armory or barracks would contain such things. Agreed. Reina and I will have a look around town for uniforms. Why don't the two of you see if anything sparks in Micah's memory in the meanwhile? Aw, Rigel, thank you. That's so considerate. Very well, that is acceptable. So, this is the event I was talking about earlier, Michelle, where you have to have Reina and Rigel in your party in order to proceed, and the game will not allow you to quit without them. See, I just took them out, and I can't actually close the menu now. So, you just have to make sure these two are in your party, and you're allowed to close the menu. Alright then, let's get to it. I would advise we save in a different slot while we're separated, just in case. That's a good idea. I put that in as a footnote afterwards, because I figured some people might try to save over their main file, and you can't leave now. And the reason you can't leave is there's only two of you. But we also have a journal update, because we have a quest. Sneaking mission. The dancer we seek is performing within the Ketterberg Tavern. The entrance to the place is restricted solely to soldiers patrolling the city. We now find ourselves in need of disguises to sneak in and see her. Objectives? Obtain soldier uniforms, infiltrate the Red Fennel Tavern, and locate Esclave. So, as I mentioned this on Discord and to a few people, but I set this up so you actually have options on how you want to tackle this quest. It's not just, okay, let's go get uniforms from this spot right here, and that's how you do it.
There's actually two different ways you could approach this quest. As Alanya said, the logical places to look for uniforms would be the barracks, which is that way, or the armory, which is that way. Now, once you go to the barracks, you're locked into doing it that way. With the armory, you can change your mind partway through it, but it just depends on what you tell the guy. So, for example, if we go to the armory, he'll even comment like, oh, there's an armory here. You can try there. Go inside. We got all of the armor and helms and shields you ever be needing. Changing rooms too. What you looking for? By any chance do you also outfit the soldiers that patrol the city? As a matter of fact, I do. Why'd you ask? So, it's time to lie. All three of these have options. Somebody pick an option. I've written all three of them. Also, while you're doing that, I'm also going to expand the weapon shop by 2 tiles. So that way the message box is not intrusive there. Okay. Yeah. So what should I pick? By the way, Michelle, how is that coding going? Have you had any luck fixing it? Alright, we're just gonna go with, I've misplaced my armor. I'm afraid the two of us have misplaced, you're arguing with it, nice. If it's impossible, I can always just go back to a gold system. It's not the end of the world. It's something that I would prefer to not do. You're a perfectionist? I'm afraid the two of us have misplaced our suits, and our shift is supposed to start soon. I don't suppose we could pick up new ones here. You lost your... Now, how in the blazes did you both manage to lose 2 entire suits of armor? Skill? That's not the attitude I'd be copping now, Missy. Now, I'm sure Captain Gerald has already torn you both a new arse, but did he remember to give you the requisition forms needed to hand over the suits? Do you have the forms? Why would I have them? I can't even remember my clothes, apparently. It appears as though he's forgotten. Are we able to get the suits without those forms? Afraid not. See, I only get my clothes for those suits if I've got the paperwork to show for them. No form, no suits. Go back and talk to the captain. Very well. We shall return. In the meanwhile, I can sell you 2 other kinds of armor, but without them forms, my hands are tied. So, that actually does lock you out of being able to get the suits from this guy, because there is no way to get a requisition form, because you're lying. But if you come back and talk to him, he does comment on the fact that, you know, you were here already. Tutu again. Don't suppose you've got that requisition form for me. I'm afraid they're still sorting that out. We're here to shop at the moment. Uh-huh. Right. Well, here's what I got. So you can buy stuff. God, this looks so much cleaner now that I fixed it. Well, that didn't work. We'll need to look elsewhere. So, if we go this way... I believe that's the barracks. Should we try there? Do you want to send over that new code there, Michelle? I'll try it out. While I'm waiting for that, I can fix this. Send it to me and I'll let you know. We'll just take a look at it right now. Alright, it's this one. Those all need to be in blue. And you need to I think that'll fix that. Keep you there since you're in my minigame. Okay, let's see. Download. Close. Down. Bring that back up. Okay, checking it out. Place. Oh, actually, you know what? I should just overlap the plugin real quick, too, to make sure that there's no issues. Blah. Stat distribution. Okay, let's take a look-see. Okay, so... So yeah, okay, so the way this is looking, the number needs to go 2 to the right, it looks like, and then the icon needs to go 1 back. But also, the reset option does not come up because I don't have the gems, so that's already working. Let's grab some gems. Now the reset option comes up. Wait, did anyone else get points? Okay, perfect. We'll just put that on you and just spend all of our gems to make sure this is still working. Perfect, yeah. So it does work, it's just a matter of the format now. Like I said, I think the gem here, or I guess the icon here, needs to go 1 over to the left, and that should line it up with this. And then this looks like it's 2 to 3 off to the, like, off from the right to go up here. Yes, that's correct. I think this is like 2 off from being centered here. Also, here's an interesting question. Is there any way to show how many of these gems you have? I doubt it, but I'm curious. You can actually go to line 1071 and tweak them. Oh, let's try that. Let's try that. What am I looking for? What is in that line? I can't search by number here. And I'm not counting to 1,000. That really hurts my eyes. I'm just going to bring this over here. Okay. F this dot draw text. There we go. So what am I changing on this line specifically? Just the 0 to something? Try that. I think that pulled it farther away. It looks like a much bigger gap now. So let's try a... Increase the number of width, okay. Let's try 82. No, it didn't seem to do anything. Alright, let's just do 90, because it was 80 before. Let's see if that does anything. Doesn't seem to... Oh. I guess I want to lower that number then. Let's try 70 instead. So we'll go 10 down from what it is. What? Oh. Wow, that one line of code fucked everything up. Okay, that's working. Alright. 60? I accidentally put, instead of 70, I put 7 dash, and it just removed the command entirely, so I had to fix that. Alright, what's the code line for the moving the icon over? Okay, we're gonna do 55 instead of 50. And then we want that to be there, I think. Oh, wait, no, I want that to be 25. I think. Yeah, I think I found it. Perfect. Is perfecto. Let's go grab a couple of those items to make sure that everything is hunky-dory with them now. I should actually put this up much higher. Amazing Jewel, they completely unless can completely keep their stats, perfect. Can't use it, which makes sense. The icon will change to the icon of whatever item you're using. Yeah, that's done. That's perfect. Cool. So the only thing left now is to see if there's a way to put currency on it. But honestly, you have gone above and beyond. Like, I didn't even think that was physically possible. So, party camp. I can get rid of you, because that works now. Is there a better spot to put this on the list? Because right now it's 119. Did I leave myself any spaces here? That's 26. That's 25. I really didn't. 29, 30. Yeah, I didn't leave myself like any goddamn spaces to put that in. I should have. No, I did. I can put it as 47. Perfect. So that means those will appear just after the mystery bags, which is good. So you want that box to show... the box to show party number needed? I was thinking more... Here, let's get a visual aid here. So I was thinking it would be like... these would be, I guess, over here. And then it would be a slash out of how many are in the inventory. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's even possible. Or, failing that, if you can just get the game to show currency on this screen with like the /$ command, because I actually have multiple kinds of currencies, and it would be super simple for me to add. What the fuck was that icon? 175. It would be incredibly easy for me to add that item. I don't remember what item it was. I'm dumb. 100. Yeah, that could work, or like I said, just showing the currency. Because, again, oh, one sec, I can fix that from here. Gold. 120? 140? Yeah, see, I can have the third currency just down here. So if it can exist in the game, like if as a currency window, then if it could just be pulled up here, that would also be fine. It could just be like an extra box down here that just shows like gold, lucky tickets, and then miracle gems now. Be very, very simple to run that. If slash $$ works for this kind of thing, that's the thing. Because if you type that in a dialog box, it just shows you your gold count. If not, it's not the end of the world because I can keep this here. Which means I don't have to have players going into the item menu. So if I can't show it on the growth screen, it's literally one screen back to find out how many they have. Which is also fine. Again, if it's too much work, don't even worry about it, because we've already done more problem solving on this stream than I was anticipating was even possible. Actually, is there a way... I'm trying to think of what the best way to do this would be. I gotta try something here. Is there a way... System, common events, parallel... Put tracking on. Track, ticket, miracle gem, set variable, quest, lucky ticket, and miracle gems. Set that to the extra currency plugin wasn't Yanfly, I don't think. Maybe I'd have to check. I scrolled past it so fast I'm not sure. What the fuck are lucky tickets? Lucky ticket and miracle gems get set to how many of those? And then we'll just put a dude here who will turn that switch on, and I'll just put it on new games. I just want to see if it'll work. Because... so that switch should be on now. Let's grab a couple of lucky tickets if possible. Come on, game. Perfect. Okay. Lucky tickets at 1. F9. Until I get to this point in plugins, I should probably turn off how many switches I have. Drop it to 500 or something. Lucky tickets at 1. Ooh, this could work. This could work. I might actually have a solution to my other problem. What variables were those? 12 and 13. Where is the save core? Variable 12?
variable 13. We're going to take U and go gold count. And then put U over here. Okay, I'll have to change the names of those two. Oh, actually. Oh, can I be cheeky? Will it let me do it? Somebody remember these two numbers for me. 175, 385 and 175. $385, $175. Does coding work on a title like that? It does! Oh my god, really? Okay. Alright. Well then, why don't we just do this instead? Just to make that look a little bit nicer, we're going to have a third control variable, and it's going to be called whatever the fuck my money icon is. Actually, we can use this. 359. Hey, Leo. /I 359. And then we're going to set that. How's that going? It's going good. Oh, wait, isn't it? No, it's not. Party, no. Enemy actor, no. Armor. Other, gold. That's what I'm looking for. Set that to that. So now we want to set variable 14 there in the save core. Variable 14. Location. There. Perfect. Icons set. Oh. And then if I go back and just turn that switch on. Yes. Oh, that looks so much better. It's full. Look at it. It actually has like 3 things. We have 3 currencies, and you can now view them in your save file. Oh, that's so good. I wonder if it's possible to change this. Like, well, let me do this one. It will let me do this too. Okay, let's fuck with this a little bit. Oh, okay. I was hoping I could pull the faces down, but I don't appear to be able to do that. I'm actually quite limited in what I can use here. Shoot. Okay, that's a shame. Oh, sounds good. 3 hours to go. Yay, shadows! Yeah, I'm very happy with how this looks now. Just bought the Evil Dead game during eating my lunch. Oh, I didn't realize it was out. I'm gonna have to look into that because I've actually had a good interest in that for a while now.
So, all we need to do now is steal that, turn that off, and then during the intro, turn that on. And then that will track that for the entire game. So now, I'll have to do another tutorial prompt with Toot at that one area, I think. Alright, so I can get rid of that now, because I don't need it anymore, because Michelle has fucking made it amazingly better. Alright, the only thing left to do is show you guys what I've got left in the demo. So, since we failed to get the armor from the armory, we come to the barracks. You folks want something? Who do I report a crime to? Well, me, I guess. What's happened? What's wrong? What's going on is I was just robbed. The cur slammed into me, took my pouch, and dashed off. Filthy cutpurse! Where did this happen? What did the scoundrel look like? He was about my height, dark brown hair, deep scowl, and dressed all in dark colors. He ran off towards the eastern part of town. Please, I need your help. I'm on it, sir. That blackguard will know the righteous fury of the Shining Knights. He bumped into me, robbed me, and took off. Rigel, isn't that... It's a good move. Any thief would use it. Now give me a moment while I get us inside. We'll have to be quick. Let's go. Well, we're in. Now what? There should be some suits of armor lying around somewhere. People won't be dressed in them all the time. Will most of this place be locked up? I mean, more so than the places we've been? That's no problem. I'm sure I could pick any lock these guys have around here. And then now you can get a lock-picking tutorial, because this is also a minigame that I've implemented. What do you mean? Not everyone speaks thief, you know. When confronted by a locked door, will there be a prompt asking if you played the demo to skip tutorial in full game? Not like that. It'll be more like each tutorial has a skippable option in it. Like this one, for example. When confronted by a locked door I need access to, I'm able to use lockpicks in order to try and break through. At the bottom of the screen are two stats, the strength of the lock and the amount of lockpicks in our possession. Beneath that is the HP of the current lockpick. Keep this bar in mind, because if it empties, the pick breaks. Pressing up or down moves the anchor. You need to test many spots to see where the lock is weakest. When you're ready to try the pick, press right or left. If you haven't found the weak point, the lock takes damage. The more strength the lock has, the more damage the lockpick suffers. If you find the weak spot, the lock opens. If the pick breaks, we can try again as long as we have more picks. What happens if we run out of lockpicks? Then we'll have to think of something else, won't we? Right. Alright, anyway, where to? It looks like there's some supply crates over there, so we can search that way. I'd estimate those doors lead up to the barracks proper. We should avoid those if we can. Remember, we're trespassing right now, so if we're caught, we'll have to fight our way out. I'm aware. Just don't go killing anyone, okay? We should be fine if we just knock out any guards who catch us. I hope your naivete doesn't get us killed one day. So now you're in here. You're committed to the cause. You can't get out. You need to find those suits. Can't go upstairs. They should lead up to the wall. We don't want to go up there. And the doors, as Rigel said, are probably not a good place to check. Let's check the storage area first. There should be less guards over there. Now, you are given 10 lockpicks to do this section with. If you break all these lockpicks, I'm actually going to show you what happens if you break all the lockpicks. But you're supposed to go to the door and pick the lock. So, just looking around for a weak point. And if you've played Fallout before, you recognize this system. That opens the door. Now we're in a storage room. There are a couple of chests in here. However, the chests... I'm going to fix that table. I can fix that right now, actually. That's going to bug me. Left. Guardhouse. Storeroom. What we'll do is we'll just wipe out this table here. Put that back. Move this here. Put one of those tables right here. And then just load it back up with whatever I had on it originally. we go. Easy fix. Now the table looks a little bit better. Alright. So you can pick these, but their strength on their lock picks or on the lock is way, way stronger. I think, no, actually, honestly, I think everything is good, Michelle, because I have this now. Oh, wow, it changed the thing as I got out of there. Okay, whatever. This is what it looks like now, okay? I fixed the table, and that box is over here now, but it just hasn't moved over. We'll just reset it. Just make it easier on myself. So yeah, picking the doors is easier, but if you want to go for the extra items in the chests, see now the counter works properly, you might have to gamble your lockpicks breaking. And every time you fail or break a lock, the lock does reset where its weak point is. There we go. So you need to be aware of that. Tonic. We're probably going to break it right here. Damn it. Shit, that was really close, too. So the most important thing you can do is not completely mash on the right or left keys when you're trying to pick the locks. Just flick it real quick to see if you're anywhere close to it. Damn it. I might lower the strength of some of these locks because they are very, very hard. Like, I can't consistently do them. Alright, we should stop doing that. So, when you go this way, a guard's coming. So, you have the option of fighting them. I have not given the enemies in this area stats yet, so they're just standard. So for the time being, we're just going to hide. I love that little sprite of her in the box. It's just adorable. It makes me so happy, because it looked so good when I put it together. I cannot believe that worked. Let's hope we don't have to do it again. Now you can go downstairs. And there are 4 doors. If you go through the first one, it's the easiest of the locks to pick. There's a small little push in here you can do. There's a block in the way, but there's a chest over this. We can just push this. And thus far, I have made it so that it's actually impossible to trap yourself in here because you can't get behind this thing to push it. So that worked out really well. There's literally no way to push that thing back here and block yourself in, so I don't have to have any kind of minigame fix for this. But yeah, that's what this, like, this just gets you a couple of wise drinks. The locks down here are also quite strong. So, only go to the ones that aren't, like, fucking insane if you want to actually make your locks work. I can't believe I pulled that off. I'll probably change this to a slightly better reward since that is a strength of lockpick 10. But, if you go through this door above me here, you finish the quest. Because you find the armor in there. However, what happens if we run out of lockpicks? Let's go check that out. Let's just break all my lockpicks. You did the minigame doors? Kind of. That's odd. Why is that not tracking? Something's wrong here. It's supposed to track how many lockpicks you have and give you an indicator when you're out. Let me check. Lockpicks, lockpick check. Okay. Yep. What if we just delete this second page here? What if we just do that? I didn't open the door I needed yet. That's the thing. Let's try it that way. See if that works. That could be part of the problem. That's what I'm showing off. If you can't get in, and you break all your lockpicks trying to get in, and you can't do the minigame, there's a solution. Why is it not showing that? Because I don't have any more lockpicks. So it should have an event now that immediately plays the moment that the lockpicks run out. Oh, wait, I think I missed a fucking event. Yeah, I missed a checker event. That's what I fucking screwed up on. Okay. Oh. Doy. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I do. It's right here. So what I forgot to do was put this on the boxes. Everything else is set up because it's on the doors. I forgot to put it on the boxes. That's what the problem was. I had the event all coded properly. I forgot to put the checker on chests. I only put it on doors. So let's go back over here. Fuck this up 3 more times. We've run out of lockpicks. Great. Now what? Oh, this room also needs to have that. My bad. Didn't mean to grab that. This room also needs to have that table fixed too, because I altered part of the chipset. Let's just quickly fix that too. Boop. Boop. And where is the basket of... Boop. Fixed. Alright, cool. So, lockpicks ran out. What do? Well, you can't do anything else, so you have to try and leave. Oh, this was a big waste of time. I guess I'm a bit rusty with those lockpicks. Sorry about that. Whatever, we botched this. Let's get out of here before we... So anyway, I says to Davith, I tells him, you can't just say that, you can't! Crap. Who the hell are you two? We're busted. Let's get them. So these guys don't have any stats or anything, they're just default 100 health, basic attack only guys. I haven't statted them yet. I'll stat them afterwards. They ran, huh? Don't these two look to be about our sizes? You can't be serious. Why not? They're already out cold. Let's grab their armor and change. Then we can meet the others back at the inn. Fine. Let's just get this over with. So if you steal the armor successfully from the storage room, or if you fail and fight those guys on the way out, you still end up here. So all roads do lead back to this scene and progress, but I've given you effectively a couple of different ways to get to this point. So, how do we look? Just like the real thing. Wow. Well, yeah. Straight from the barracks itself. Did you encounter any difficulty in your break-in? Not particularly. There were only a few guards about. So what now? You two just head to the tavern and stroll right in? More or less. Once we're inside, we'll try to locate Esclav. With any luck, we'll be able to speak with her privately and explain our situation. I'm still not sure how any of this is supposed to result in her coming with us. That doesn't answer this soldier's question unless Rigel says they're saying that the band busted. Have faith, Rain. We have been through worse than before. We have been through worse before this, have we not? Well, yeah, but all we can do is try. Worst case scenario, we improvise and manage from there. I hate this plan. Micah, did walking around Ketterberg help your memory at all? A little, I guess.
I know I've definitely been here before, and the armor you guys are wearing is super familiar too. I'm not used to seeing it so shiny, though. Like, when I picture it in my head, it was old and covered in dirt and moss and stuff. What the heck does that mean? If I were to wager a guess, Micah has seen the armor in poor states of repair or disuse. The only place I could imagine that happening would be in Millhurst Castle itself. The Shining Knights formerly hailed from there, after all. That place has been abandoned for decades. If there are any suits left hanging around, they'd look terrible for sure. I'm sorry, I don't want to make you guys go out of your way just for me. It's fine, Micah, really. We'll finish things up here, and once we've sorted things out with Louvria, we'll go castle exploring. Anything got you annoyed about your own game yet? Any exploits? Not really, no. I'm actually remarkably chilled about everything I've built. With Emberheart, I was like, oh, I hope people don't react to this or that or the other thing. And so far, everything I've liked, I haven't encountered any weird bugs or crashes. All the systems have been meshing together. And the stuff that I can't figure out myself, other people like Michelle or even Alex have been like, I think I can figure that out for you, actually. Like, Michelle completely fixed up the way I wanted my level up system to go. Thanks for that. And while I was tinkering on this, I figured out that this plugin editor that I've got, that I can edit on the fly, allows me to fix the big issue I had with my shop system. Which, like, it just spun that in a way that I was like, oh my god, this actually fixes everything I had a complaint about here. So far, no, actually. Also, Michelle, you're going to be very happy because, well, the area after this is going to be the forest. The forest is going to be really big. In the forest, there's going to be small little fairy creatures called gnomes. I'm going to be bringing Cottonbeard and the gnomes from Emberheart into this. I'm probably going to be redoing almost that entire scene from where you met them and where you fought them into this. Because I really like that. That was probably my favorite part of Emberheart to put together, was everything having to do with that fucking tree. Yes, I will be figuring out a way to make their battle sprites a little bit better this time, but I have full intentions of trying to make you fight like a fucking gnome mech at some point. Like, they formed up into like a mech. That's what I want to do. Because the gnomes were epic, and I don't like gnomes. The whole fight was just so chill and perfect. Yeah, it's going to be almost like a shot-for-shot redo of that, just with different characters. Like, obviously, Arena is enough like Moira that she's going to talk shit to them, and Alanya is more logical than that, but we'll have also Rigel and Micah and the Dancer character all reacting to stuff, too, which is going to be great. So, I have a lot of ideas on how I want to redo that. You should do an Abyss cameo. Yeah, as a fight. It'll be like... Okay, so I think I'm one of the only people who've played the Tales of series. But in the Tales of series, most of the games have an arena. If you beat the arena, you unlock, like, hard mode arena. If you beat the hard mode arena, you unlock an extra challenge mode of that arena that has cameo fights from other Tales of games in that arena. So, like, in Tales of the Abyss, for example, you fight a character from Fantasia, one from Destiny 2, and one from Eternia. So you fight 4 cameo fights in that, and they're like an enemy group. I could definitely do cameo fights from other things in this. I could talk to J-Man and see if he wants me to include a couple of his characters from his game in this. I could see if you want me to put in like a couple of your characters into a cameo fight into this. I could do Abyss. I could do my characters from Emberheart. I could do a lot of things with that idea. It's definitely something I'm going to do because I'm 100% going to have a battle arena. It's going to be fun. Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Rigel. Thank you too, Alanya. Think nothing of it. This is what friends are for, is it not? Oh my gosh, you do not want any of my characters in there. Maybe I do! Now, before you two depart, I took the liberty of picking up a few supplies for you in the event things in the tavern turn sour. Wow, thanks, Alanya. Way to think ahead. Always. Be safe, both of you. If the worst should happen, know that I will not be far behind. Me too. Very well. Shall we? And this is about as far as I've made it. You can now see Alanya and Micah on the map over here. So what I would probably do in that particular case, Michelle, is limit it to 3. Because I would let you pick your 3 characters from this. Like, out of your party. The party is a full team of 6, right? Not counting the side characters that will come and go. You're going to have a dedicated team of 6. I'm going to let you pick 3 of those ideally.
So the cameo fight will be against another party of 3. So I'd probably let you pick 3 of your characters to appear in here if we were going to do it that way. Also, as you can see, now your walking sprite is you incognito. You still can't leave, because, well, that would make no sense. But the other thing I did was make it so people react to you as though you are a soldier. Walking foot patrol today, eh? Lucky, the captain has me watching the barracks all week. Oh, don't worry, you two, I've got this area covered. Why don't I have a walk and see if anyone needs any help? And, like, the people who like the soldiers will talk to you as well. You lot are all right by me. Thanks for keeping the town safe. Honestly, living here is great, but I wish the music from the tavern was a little quieter. Have a care, you two. I spotted an elf walking around earlier. You know you can't trust him. The captain has been spending so much time at the tavern lately, you'd think he'd live there. Aren't you supposed to be walking foot patrol around here? You don't need to head up onto the wall. Like, I gave everyone, like, a different reaction because you're now in disguise, right? Also, if you go back to the armor shop, he will even comment on the fact that you're in armor. Sorry, ain't giving no discounts for soldiers, but you're welcome to browse anyway. Man, watching the shops is the pits. Sometimes it's so boring. So the last thing that I can show off is just the dialogue with the guy guarding the tavern, who I have finished at least, but I haven't done anything in the tavern yet. Hey, you two. How goes the patrol? It's fine. Uneventful. Think we can get in? Well, I suppose so. They're a bit full up right now, and I'm supposed to steer some of the guys away, but... honestly, this job is the pits. Why the heck are we obstructing a business like this? The captain is totally overstepping his authority here. Long pause. Please don't tell him I said that. Done. Now, let us in. Right. Sorry about all of that. Long day, you know. You two take it easy. And now you can get into the tavern. So the journal, if we check it. Sneaking mission, we have cleared 2 of them. We can now infiltrate the tavern, and we have the soldiers' uniforms. All that's left is to go into the tavern. Now, the tavern map itself is, like, started. Nobody has dialogue. Here's the part that I'm currently stuck at and was trying to test this morning and couldn't get it working. I would love a spotlight around the dancer on stage, right? Because we already have a bit of a lighting effect. You can kind of see, like, a tint here. But it's not what I'm looking for. What I wanted to do was do, like, just a yellow circle. I even have a yellow circle cut out for this. But the problem is, if I set it up the way I want it to on this character, it will move with the map. So if I go up, it goes up. If I go down, it goes down. And that's not what I want. I want it to stay anchored to this spot. Now, HemiWorks did a plugin that allowed you to anchor pictures to events for VX Ace. Which sadly does not work for me. I was not able to find any other... You can either bind pictures to map. If I could, I would. I don't know how to do it. I couldn't find anything. Yeah, I already have Terex lighting. I don't want to mix lighting effects because it tends not to play nicely with each other. Like, that's where I'm stuck right now. Like, that said, this scene is also going to open with one of Leo's artworks, because the first artwork you're going to see of the character... I ideally want to go back and add a splash image for each character when they're introduced. Like, Arena's could be her in the tavern fighting off those dudes at the start of the game. Alania's could be dealing with Serate when you finish that boss fight, or the worm in the marsh or something. Rigel's could be when he's attacked by the wolves and you rush in to help him. Micah's could be when she's running to you for help. And then hers is going to be her performing on stage with a dance. So I gave Leo some instructions on that, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to do. He's going to do a little Shantae with it, I think, which is what I'm aiming for. But basically, you'll walk in. There'll be like a small little introductory cutscene of the tavern where you're like, okay, we have to keep an eye out. And then you'll go over here. It'll trigger like there'll be 2 guys here. You'll walk here, and it will trigger a movement where you walk forward and then see the dancer, which will cut to effectively like a splash image with dialogue over it. That'll be how that character gets introduced. So I've got like the plan for it, everything. I just can't start it yet. Because, well, obviously Leo is a busy man. I'm not going to just be like, hey, make my thing for free, please. But But yeah, there'll probably be a couple of fights in here. I kind of have an idea of how I want this scene to go down. There's the back room there. It'll probably involve that. I have, like, the idea of how I want this to work. I don't have the full picture yet, but this is one of the last things I really have to do for Ketterberg right now. This and designing that, that house up here. Whatever this house on the top left is going to be, I still have to figure out what that's going to be, too. Because I haven't done anything with it yet. But once I'm done those, Ketterberg is basically finished, besides coming back to update it with extra dialogue. Have you made more progress on your game than I have? I'm not sure. Couldn't tell you. There needs to be a blocker there. So yeah, that's everything that I've got in the game so far. This needs to have a blocker, because technically there's a plant right there. You shouldn't be able to walk on it. And yeah. So that's about where I'm at. I effectively need to do other things in the meanwhile while I wait for Leo to do the art for this, because I have a bad habit of laser focusing on what I'm working on, and I can't start other things until I do. So I'll work on that. I'll probably start mapping out the forest in the meanwhile while I'm waiting to finish this event off. I still need to figure out the lighting. I'm not quite sure how I want to do that yet, but I do need to figure it out. I'm going to figure out that house. And then I want to do a couple more side quests. Like I said, I do have that side quest where you're supposed to help the guy get his ring back, so I have to go back to the crossroads here and plan this thing out. Throw a couple of chests in here. And also, something that people might not have caught on to is after you get Rigel, like I said, you can use his ability to jump these sticks and everything here. So there's an entire other area here that you could go to over here to get 2 chests. Likewise, if you backtrack even further, near the end of the marshlands on map 4, there was also another one of those sticks right here. So, if you remember that these are here as Rigel, or once you get Rigel in your team, you can still get extra stuff. So I also included this stuff here for players too. I guess that doesn't need to be there because we don't need a blocker when you can't get to it. So yeah, I do like it when dungeons showcase this kind of stuff in video games where you'll be progressing through an area and you'll see something that you can't do, but shortly after, I guess Metroidvanias do this better. Shortly after that, you get that ability and you're like, wait, I passed that already. I can go back there. And I gave the player 2 opportunities for that. One is in the marshlands and the other is in the very beginning of the highlands right here. You even see him jump this. So there's like indications that you can do stuff with this, but just in case you didn't catch these ones, just as you finish off the highland, there's one that's right in your face. If I can ask, out of curiosity, what are you charging to do the game artwork for Spiral? He hasn't given me any kind of a bill yet. I can answer for him because I'm still right here paying attention to it. He asked what my budget is, and because I'm not working, it's non-existent. However, I fully do plan to pay Leo. I'll probably just pay whatever his standard commission is. And also, he's in the credits for the game. So there's that. If it turns out to be a really big hit, obviously that's going to reference more people back to him. Because they're going to be like, where did that... Like, best example I can think of is when I did the game Epic for RPG Maker 2000. One of the best things in that game is the face sets. It's literally like the portraits are the best part of it. Besides that, it is... Actually, I can even show you an example of this. Let's just go over... Oops, I grabbed the wrong thing. I meant to grab the window, not that. You, come here. What the fuck? Why are you being such an asshole? There. You go here, you go here. If we go to Queen's Court RM2K, classic for this, scroll down here. Here's the description for Epic right here, because they have this as a download. The first installment of the Space Odyssey RPG has nice custom face sets. Face sets aside, this is the most perfectly average RPG Maker game ever. Meaning if your game is better than this in any area, it's good in that area. And if your game is worse than this in any area, it's bad in that area. The game is more known for having really nice face sets than it is for anything else. So good art can 100% be the one thing that someone remembers about your game. Which is why I'm happy to just continue using these sprites and like this chibi aesthetic and everything like that. And then Leo's art will really be the front and center, like, check out how eye-catching this is. Another really good example is... I think I have to pull this one up so I can show you guys. Let me see here. RPG Maker games, Romancing Walker. I'm going to show you guys one more example here of, like, how your game could be known for, like, a really, really good piece of art. What the hell was the F4, right? Yes. Okay. We are going to take... Is it emulator capture? Oh, no, we're still in screen capture, that's why. There we go. Grab you. Bring you over here. By the way, this is like the fucking weebiest goddamn RPG Maker game ever. I was doing a series on it back in the day. It's very English. Also, it's super fucking loud because there's no way to turn goddamn RPG Maker 2000 dialogue down. Anyway, check this out. This is what I want to show off. Where sometimes your game could look perfectly average, but there are, let's see, can I do skipping straight to the... No, I think we have to do the dialogue thing here first. Sometimes the artwork in your game could be the thing that people remember most. Here's an example. This goes for anime face sets, right? We're just gonna, we're gonna do some questions, intimidate the enemies, whatever, any place, explore the world. It also likes to throw Japanese at you sometimes, where it'll be like, Yoshi, that means okay in Japanese. It does that a lot. From the introduction. No, from the theme song, sorry. So, you pick a theme song, it has 3, and then it does an anime opening. This is one of the things that I most remember about this game, because no other games built on this engine have like an anime style opening. So we'll just do, I don't know, Heroes. Like, it's super anime, right? But it's like one of the first things you're presented with in this game. So it immediately establishes itself as like, okay, this is going to be a little bit different than most RPG Maker games I play. Which is a good thing. You want your game to immediately stand out like that. So people are like, okay, well, sometimes people will play visual novels just to see more art of it. Yeah, exactly. It's very 90s. Honestly, it's not a bad game, but beyond the anime aesthetic and a lot of the really bad English dialogue, it plays like a sitcom. It plays like a harem anime, really, where you are the only guy in the party, and everything you do is wrong because you're the only guy in the party. Misunderstandings abound because comedy, right? But honestly, the game itself is not bad, but replaying it when I was doing my Let's Play for it, I forgot how cringy it is sometimes. Anyway, that's what I wanted to show off about that, was how, oh, I guess I closed this, I didn't even realize. How you could just use an art style immediately grabbing someone's attention, and that's kind of what I'm hoping to do with Leo's art as well, is use those, like, splash images that I'm going to get him to do of each character to introduce the characters. Like that scene in the bar, I'm probably going to have the one for Arena be there. Because it's right at the start, so you're gonna see it, and then it's gonna like just give a style aesthetic to it. It'll probably be something like her just like, maybe like after you knock out that first guard, like the first guy who jumps you, and then she's like, I hope the rest of you were smarter than this. Maybe that'll be where it pops up. I'm not sure. I haven't fully decided yet where it's gonna go or what it's gonna be for sure, but we'll go over that as we go. Since I've already coded all that stuff, I figured the dancers are a good place to start. But yeah, it's been about 4 hours now, so we have done the whole demo again. We've got another update. We have fixed some stuff, which is great. I still want to give a huge shout out to Michelle for all her hard work on fixing the level up plugin for me. That's great. And I'm still stunned that I was able to fix the shop plugin myself when I just accidentally. I swear to God, I tried using that same fix before, and it was like, we can't open this on this menu. And I was like, all right, but now it works, so whatever. I'm happy. It worked. I couldn't tell you how I fixed it, but it worked, and I'm happy. I'm gonna go get some late dinner and just take it easy for the rest of the night. I might do some more work on this tonight, but I have been at it all day. I hope you guys are around tomorrow for Freaky Friday. I don't actually know what we're playing, because it only just occurred to me that tomorrow is Friday. I don't know how many more cringy, generic jank games I have. We'll take a look, though. Maybe we'll play something like that. Oh, by the way, Michelle, before you go, did you see the thumbnail for last week? Or on the, actually, no, scratch that. Go check out the memes channel and scroll back a little bit. I did some art for the Leo is Missing game. Remember when Leo went missing in space? Yeah, I did some memes for that. Alright, guys, you have yourselves a great night. I will see you all tomorrow. Ciao for now.